coming on early.
Hello, everyone. We're here again. It's Wednesday, and as ever, we're here doing our live stream. And welcome, Delboy, so much. And this is episode 64. Episode 64. So that's fantastic. So let's just get on with it straight away. As you know, Delboy is going to be leaving the stream at certain points. He has to just look after his mother. But then there'll be a period when he comes back and he won't be going. I think it's up to about 9 o'clock. So
yeah, after 9 o'clock, it'll be much easier, you know.
Yeah. So anyhow, I'll just say what I normally say is, what have you been watching this week?
I told you last week, none of your bloody business. You know, you are. Keep asking me the same one, and I keep telling you that's bloody nosy of you. I don't ask you.
I am nosy. We're bound to be nosy.
Actually, believe it or not, there was a bumper amount of stuff that turned up last week. You know, I was showing you off, wasn't it? I was going like, right, and absolutely nothing's turned up bar one thing, and that was tonight. So I can't even talk about that. And of course, that's a film that you really, really love.
I do. I can't wait for you to watch it.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So I don't really have too much to talk about other than I have been watching a couple of oldish films, you know, that have been on TV.
Yeah.
But anyway, look, I'll get the elephant out the room. I'll turn this picture off so you can sort of like see better. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. So, the one that you love. Oh, by the way, hello to everybody. Apart from Steve's gaming, he's a bastard, and he doesn't beer, and he can sod off to whatever where his game's being played. Bar humbug. Right. And you know I only do that to people I like. So shit. There you are. Now, you recommended this film. It only turned up 1 hour and 11 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen it. But this one's the 4K version of Companion.
Yes.
Now it's a steel book that you have to get from abroad. Sorry, the other thing I haven't done with my camera is turn the autofocus off. I should have done that. So Companion has come through. It's got embossing. Look, you'll notice that it's actually written.
Oh yeah, you can see it.
It's indented.
Yeah.
But the important thing, like you say, is the film, and it's 4K.
It is.
So that's going to be
brilliant film. Highly recommended. Definitely.
It's got the Warner Brothers holographic label in the corner, which I haven't seen many times before.
Yeah.
I'm just looking. I don't know if it's Dolby Atmos or anything like that. It doesn't make it clear. Yes, it is Dolby Atmos. So there we are. So it'll be fantastic sound. I don't know if it's Dolby Vision. It might be HDR. But anyway, looking forward to that because
you'll love it. I'm sure you will.
All of you have commented on that.
Yeah.
There's two films that you're going to talk about, which I won't talk about until you talk about them.
Okay.
I've seen them before, and I liked both films.
Yeah.
And I wanted you to see something a little bit different that nobody really talks about. They've been out, and nobody talks about them, and I don't know why, because certain films, you know, are deserving of just even a brief mention.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah,
I think these two films are deserving. One's better than the other, and I totally agree with you what order it is as well. Right?
Yeah.
One's a dystopian future. One is a sort of a sly take on a Bruce Willis film, but we won't go any further with that because it ruins it for other people that might want to go and see it. I watched 4 Roger Moore James Bond films this week because Batman movies has been a complete bastard and got me totally hooked. Going back and watching James Bond films because he's been on holiday, the little shit. I'm looking forward to next week because he's also given me 2 links to 2 films that are at cheap price, and I've ordered both of them. Thank you very much, Muckman Movies, for providing me with a link to a couple of films that I'm really looking forward to seeing. I don't know what it is. I've been in a weird mood, but I even though I've seen it already once this year, I watched The Edge again with Anthony Hopkins. I don't know what it is about the film. I do love that film. I think that the score is probably better than the film, done by a brilliant composer. I won't go into his name just yet, but it's a fantastic film about cheating and backstabbing friends and being trapped in the wilderness with a grizzly bear after you. That's The Edge. And it's not on Blu-ray unless you buy it from the States. So I'd really love a 4K of it. I'd like a Blu-ray of it, but it's very expensive to get that, and quite difficult sometimes as well. And it was interesting to note that when I was talking about Norman Wisdom last week with What's Good for the Goose, what I didn't know was that film was so not well received, so poorly received. It actually halted Norman Wisdom making any more films. First of all,
I didn't know that.
And 2, how he got away with a film where he's 35 years older than the co-star that he's with, which is Sally Geeson. Which, yes, I totally get the age difference between the two, but it was supposed to be the end of the 60s, early 70s, and it was supposed to be about love, and age has got nothing to do with it, and that is covered in the script.
Yeah.
It is talking about a person who's having a midlife crisis, thinks about having an affair outside of his marriage, where he's got 3 kids, and he's a bank manager, an assistant bank manager. And in the end, he realizes, that the best part of home life is his wife and his kids. It's not about the excitement, the one-off flashes you get of excitement doing something different. You don't need to have an affair or something like that. You can do all sorts of other stuff. So it's an interesting film, and I can understand it's not the square peg, and it's not Trouble in Store, and it's none of those films that made him what he is in the 50s. But it's nowhere near as bad as the one that I really don't like, which is, I think it's the one where it's something papers. It's where he's where he works for a newspaper company, which I think is the one from last film that he did. But they almost labeled that film the film that they buried Norman Wisdom's film career in, which I think is a bad thing to put, because it's not that bad, but it's not really snappy comedy slapstick that you've seen Norman Wisdom do before. It's got the traits of him falling and stumbling over and all of that sort of stuff, but anyway, so pretty much I'm trying to think what else. I watched Quatermass 2, but I've always I love that. I always love that film. I haven't seen anything. I got that really, really early. Now, I showed a picture on my blog that showed a letter that said, Hammer, I've sent you this early in a different box because we'd prefer you to have this film before anybody else and give you the shipper box. Give you the shipper box later on. So I've got another shipper box coming as well. I mean, how's that nice? That made me feel very, very special. Because I felt, I mean, the one thing I just want to say, by the way, is I'm sorry that the blog on Sunday seemed so low. And it's because I was in a pretty low place. But I did want to get across, some things that really do annoy me. And that is that there's people like us, Ian, and we read out the comments. And then We then answer them and all of that sort of stuff. And it's very difficult, but you have to have a skill if you're doing something live and you're answering something. If you don't read out what the person put, you don't know what the hell he's answering to. So if you don't have, if this text didn't copy across, right, you wouldn't know what I was answering to, because there's many people that will say, yeah, I agree with that, Tommy. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Number 2 in my list too. Of what, you stupid? What? I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? I'm like that sometimes, right? And I do it myself. I went live on Friday. I was so pissed off and bored that I went live on Friday.
Yeah.
And I realized I do it myself. And this is why I don't mind ranting, because it's not a rant at anybody. It's a rant at even me, 4 years down the road, do the same bloody mistakes that I rant over.
Yeah.
And if you can't laugh at yourself,
exactly. Well, it's time to go home. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you need to laugh at yourself.
There was nothing there to rile or somebody to rile at. It was more to do with, we're all human, but I think things like this film chat that we do works because we read out people's comments and then we answer them.
Yeah, that's right.
And some streams are so difficult to do that in. You see what I mean? I'm not having a go.
Yeah, I don't like those streams that say they run out of time or something and then just skip loads. I don't agree with that. I know somebody who does that, and I think it's pretty bad form, actually. You should read out every comment.
Because there is another skill.
People have actually made a comment. You should respect that rather than just say, "No,
there is another skill, you see, which I finally got to get it to work in my live streams, right?
Yeah,
and that is that if you are running out of time, you need to set a clock for yourself that says, right, an hour and a half before I leave, I need to speed this up.
Yeah,
is to skip the parts where people are chatting to themselves in the chat room.
Yeah,
you read out the bits that people need to listen to because it refers to a question. You also need to vet the question that you know that'll take 20 minutes for you to answer. Right?
Yes, there are questions.
I mean, as much as I loved being on people's chat things, the one thing I used to hate was name your top 5 sci-fi films, Western films, and comedies between 1985 and 1990. And you've got a panel of 6 people. What?
Yeah. What?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
If you want to stop the chat dead for 60 minutes,
it's a long.
Then do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you might as well just turn around and say, right, I'll go and have a cup of tea. In fact, actually, I'll go downtown, get myself a bag of chips. I'll make myself a chip butty. I'll make my mum a cup of tea, come back, and they still will only have got to the third person that's going to be talking.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So, it's like somebody saying, what's my favorite horror films? Well, I've got so many. I can't just pick one. I think it's an impossible question. Same with sci-fi films. What's your favorite sci-fi film? Well, I've got a blooming list. Massive one.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the one thing is that it always comes across as well sometimes that you might, if you talk bad or something, that somebody will pick it up as go, you just got sour grapes because you haven't got the same number of people that we've got. Now, we're a cozy little chat thing that gets around about 11 or 18 people watching on a Wednesday, and then it raises in the numbers during the week. And I've seen your numbers in the week, and I tell you what, I wish I had them.
Yeah.
Right. Because you get to 100, 200 odd people that watch it over a week, plus those people that were watching it today. I'd be exceptionally happy.
Yeah, I think we should be. I think you should.
So it's not sour grapes, when you turn around and say, "Oh, all of this stuff," and it's because we've got much more numbers and all of that stuff. It's nothing to do with that. It's to do with the efficiency of getting everybody a mention. that you might have seen, guys and girls, that sometimes I'm reading the chat a little bit further ahead of Ian, and I'll just go, oh, I'm just going to say a quick hello to Sandra, because I know Sandra will be going at like 10:30, and I don't want her to feel like we've ignored her or that, but we're about an hour away from her comment. So I'm just going to say that because otherwise that person's got to go away and come back and all that sort of stuff and listen to it. And, so I like to help out a little bit. That's all. And that's the best way that I can do it. So sorry I haven't watched too much on TV this.
That's fine. Yeah.
But I have watched, out of the Bond films, The Spy Who Loved Me is probably still my favorite Roger Moore film. It's very difficult for me to choose, but I still think that's a quintessential Roger Moore version of a James Bond film. His ones were mostly on a par with a few dips that were a bit lower down. Do you know what I mean? The one that I think disappoints me the most is Octopussy, that one, or The Man with the Golden Gun.
Yeah.
The reason the Golden Gun disappoints me is because you got Christopher Lee in it, for God's sake, man. How can you ruin a film? You got Christopher Lee, you've got the Fantasy Island little man in it. And I love Fantasy Island.
You have, yeah.
I love Fantasy Island in 1970s. And what did you do with it? You turned it into a piece of shit about free nipples and shit.
It's the script. It's the script. What can you do? They should have had a better script writer.
We even had a killer tune in Lulu because she battered it out the bloody.
And it looks good. The thing is, that island looks fantastic. It's a great location. But you're right. Christopher Lee is. It's just not given a good script. It's just terrible. Oh dear.
You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. It's because each person that Bond is after dies in a more horrific way each time. And all that happened to Scaramanga was he got shot.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a bit of a wimpy ending.
They tried to make it exciting at the end, didn't they? With that room with the mirror sort of thing, seeing all various ones. But it seemed like to me a poor imitation of Enter the Dragon. The end scene of Enter the Dragon's like that.
Same sort of year, 71, 72, isn't it? But there's lots of things that we can talk about anyway. But I'm going to let you now talk about some of the stuff for you. And I've got a little picture of one of the films that I sent you digitally that I'll just go, oh, it's this one.
Yeah.
I'll leave my thing down for a minute while you talk about what Tony has sent you section.
No, well, some of it is what I've been watching and what you've sent me, as a download. So
this is the Tony York Memoriam section. Where all DVDs go to die when he doesn't want them anymore.
A question to everybody: if you've got Prime Video, do you actually watch it? Now, I thought I better go and have a look. I hadn't looked for ages, and I still couldn't decide what to watch. I just don't know. But I did decide. I saw one, and I saw Sean Pertwee was in the cast, and I thought, oh, go on, I like Sean Pertwee. So I watched a film called The Seasoning House from 2012, and it's set in the Balkans, even though it's a British-made film. And we've seen it before. It was like one of these houses that they capture young girls and turn it into a brothel and to serve the troops. But the girl who actually there was a young girl who was sort of a mute girl who couldn't speak. She was very good, and I looked her up. She was somebody called Rosie Day, and she was involved in a TV series which I've not seen, Outlander, but apparently she went on to do that. But she was very good, and I suppose Sean Pertwee was pretty good. But his accent was this Eastern European accent, but it was predictable. I've kind of seen that sort of stuff before, but it was enjoyable. Then there was you sent me 2 downloads. You sent me a film called Vesper, which was from 2022, and another film called Archive, which was 2020. Both sort of sci-fi films. The first one, Vesper, was the better one without a massive doubt for me. It was one of these dystopian future films, which we all love in sci-fi. And I've seen it before where there's the Citadel and everybody's trying to get to the Citadel because if they get there, everything will be all right. Everything's going to be fine. You've got to get to the Citadel. Sorry, it sounds like I'm taking the... I enjoyed this. It's a good film. It was enjoyable. And the girl who starred in it was called Raffaella Chapman. I thought she was really good.
Yeah.
Apparently, I don't know. She's well, she was pretty good. She's in this TV series. Is it? I don't know. Anyhow, she was very good. And another face was Eddie Marsan. I've seen him in various things as well. He was himself a good, sort of a bit villainish character. Then there was a film called Archive, which is 2020. It was again a story about we've seen it kind of before, where his wife has died and he wants to put her consciousness, as you do, into a robot. And he was a developer of robots, and he developing this robot. It became quite an obsession where he could put his wife's consciousness into that robot and everything would be wonderful. But of course, it's a film and everything isn't what it seems, though I'd probably gathered that by end of film. So the reveal at the end, I won't spoil, but it wasn't that surprising to me.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, really. But
I thought
good.
The thing about Archive, because I was just putting that up. Look, if anybody wants it, you have to go to Germany to get it, right? Is that it surprised me when it was on, and when I looked it up, I found out how small the budget was.
Yes,
and how stylized it looked.
Yeah.
It reminded me of a number of things because he builds a number of robots to put the consciousness of his wife in, right? And of varying successes, and he's working on the best one, which is a more like a woman orientated looking robot. And it sort of reminds me of what's it called? The one with the robots Dewey, and whatever it is in Silent Running. Yeah.
Oh yeah, God, that's going back a bit. Yeah.
He gets a sort of like habit of liking these little robots and talks to them as if they're sort of like friends and all that sort of stuff. And so it's got that element of it, but it's basically a rip-off of a Bruce Willis film that I won't ruin for you. You go and watch it. Bruce Willis has made hundreds of films, so I haven't given anything away. But once you know the ending, it doesn't have much of a replay value, other than it's a very stylized looking film, and one that it opened my eyes to, that's a nice retelling, actually. They didn't do that too badly. Thought that was all right. Where Vesper is, I don't know what it is, but the trailer, when I first saw it, reminded me of the BBC production of Tripods.
Oh,
you know, like all these vistas of hills with domes that are up in the distance and all of this sort of stuff. I was going, bloody hell! But I'm a sucker for dystopian films. I just am.
Yeah.
And then when you've got this food is sort of like, and plant life in particular is like a problem in this dystopian future.
Nothing grows, does it? Nothing grows.
And she doesn't realize it, but she's the cure sort of thing. right?
Yeah.
It then turns into a character-based thing like Quatermass is. I mean, I watched Quatermass and I realized to myself, Quatermass works because they deliberate all the things that are going on between each other and then go off and do it. And this, when she heads off and she meets these people, she then talks to them and they talk about what's going on with them, and then they go off and all this sort of stuff. And it's the heartbeat of those type of films that make it a character-driven science fiction film,
which is not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
It's not, oh no.
Rather than a full-out, oh my god, lasers going off.
Yeah, exactly. It shows you that science fiction, like horror, is a massive genre that you can do a lot in. You can do all sorts in science fiction. Same with horror. That's why they're really good. So
I sent them to you because I don't think really many people talk about those two films.
No.
Now, those are the sort of films that I was starting to watch when I was starting to do my going out and doing chat stuff. When I was going to other channels and when they said, "Oh, what film have you got to watch?" I was quite happy to go, "Oh, I've got one to talk about." You know, Vesper, right? You see Vesper, right? There you are. There's top tip of the week. Go and watch this. Right? And I don't believe anybody listened to me back then. Nobody went, "Oh, next week, I watched that. Really liked it." You know what I mean? Nah. Did they buggery? They all went off and watched.
It's always the same.
They all went off and watched Friday the 13th for the 6 billionth time, or Nightmare on Elm Street, or whatever, right? And all of the films that I was mentioning, they'll go, "Oh, no, you haven't seen that, have you?"
Yeah.
They didn't bother watching any of that stuff.
We'll be going on about Nightmare on Elm Street because it's Steelbook coming out.
I'm looking forward to hearing what they say about it, because to be quite honest, I'm in one of those two minds about this, and I tried to bring it into conversation last week when I bought the 007 set, right? It's 120 quid, and even I wouldn't pay 120 quid for it, right? No matter what fan I am of James Bond, it's bloody expensive when you consider 6 into 120, and that's how much it's costing you, right? With a tin around it. So it's quite expensive, right? Because the more you put in it, the less it should cost because of the manufacturing process, right? Should be less money the more that you're making of it, right? But those films that you've got to be a real fan to pay 199 quid.
Right? Yeah. Yes.
And a lot of people are going, "I'm unsure about what to buy here because the artwork is to be announced, and the one that I've seen where they've announced it, it's not the covers of the posters, it's this artwork, and it's not very good artwork." And if you buy the normal edition, it's got the original poster covers, and that's the one you ought to be getting. Forget about buying the Steelbook ones and all this deliberation. And it gets people excited. It does get people excited, right?
Yeah.
But it is all about the film. But but if it is your favorite set of films, it's a very exciting time.
Exactly.
Which is why I'm looking forward to a lot of chat channels out there where I know that it's their favorite film, what they think of it, because if I've got this funny feeling that no matter how much something is, if it's your favorite film, you'll pay it.
Exactly.
You won't even bat an eyelid that it costs this much money. Right?
Yeah.
Won't bat an eyelid. Who gives a shit? I've got it in my collection. Bang!
Yeah.
There we go. Until they realise in 5 years' time they'll bring out the set again.
Yeah.
This time with about 2 documentaries extra on each disc. And it'll be with the right posters on.
Yeah.
Right. And they'll go, "Oh, I've got to buy it again now." Right. Because that's what we are as collectors. We are a stupid lot, really. Because we'll constantly keep, but we're a bit like, "Oh, how many times have you bought the White Album?"
Yeah.
Right. It's that sort of thing, right? It's like, "Oh, another medium for me to buy the White Album on. I've got it now on vinyl. I've got it on CD. I've got it on tape. I've got it on music disc. I've got VCD. I've got it on. I've got a Blu-ray version of it. I've got you're buying the same thing.
Yeah,
You realise
Blade Runner. Blade Runner
on the gravestone, it'll turn around and said, the stupid sod didn't realise he was buying the same thing. Rest in peace. That's what they'll put on my gravestone.
Yeah, and at least we didn't buy Snow White, did we?
Shut your face. That was a mistake.
Yeah, I know. It had to be a mistake.
I've got another 20 days to send it back if I want. Then, oh dear, it got damaged.
Oh yeah. Oh dear.
It,
yeah.
Which I will do, I'm sure. At the end of the day, we've all got to have a bad film. I pity the people that bought Condor Man. What can I say?
Yeah.
Bollocks. You know what I mean? So anyway, what else did you watch?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll get onto it now. The film my film of the week that excited me, that I got really excited about. It might shock some people because they think, "What? You've not seen that?" This was a first time watch for me. I got it half price on 4K. It is True Romance.
Yeah.
This is a film. Absolutely. What a film. I've never seen this before, and it just blew me away. I've never seen it, and I've heard people talk about it. Oh, you've got one, yeah. But it is a superb film, isn't it? I mean, the performances, and of course Tarantino being I didn't realize that he wrote this to raise money so he could do his own films. Reservoir Dogs. Christian Slater and Patricia Arquette are just perfect as a couple.
At the time, I didn't think it was a Tony Scott film. You know, it didn't
seem
like a Tony Scott film. It seemed out of tenure for him. But the thing about it was, every time somebody mentions True Romance, the thing that goes on in my head is I hear the opening music, right? Which is like
I thought I was going to mention that as well.
It was a glockenspiel, right? Playing this tune, right?
Yeah.
And I tell you what, once you've heard it, you cannot get that out your head for love nor money. It's in your head for hours and hours and hours, like some sort of tapeworm.
Yeah.
It's going in my head now. It's in my head right now. And and it doesn't matter how many years go by, that tune stays in my head. It's just amazing. Yeah.
This film it's just such a good film. And the cast, even though the cast, the appearances of people like Gary Oldman, Val Kilmer, of course, as Elvis, Brad Pitt in an early role as well.
Now. I got a visitor. Hang on.
You've got a
little bastard. I tell you, be dead. He'll be a handbag tomorrow. This thing. Right, come on, you. Come on, you little shit. Come on.
The cast is just amazed me. Gary Oldman, Val Kilmer, Brad Pitt in an early role, and of course Dennis Hopper. And Dennis Hopper is not in it that long, but he always makes an impression with me, does Dennis Hopper. And then to add even more, we got Christopher Walken. Wow, I thought Christopher Walken, here he is. Again, it wasn't a big role, but just the fact he was there I just thought this is such a good film. And you could, in the script, you knew it was a Tarantino film because in making the references to cinema, he's always making film references, and we get all that in here. We even get a scene where they're watching a film as well. But I've never seen this before, and I've heard people talk about it, and I was so pleased to get it half price as well. Arrow film release, half price. you can't go wrong. Absolutely loved it. So that for me was probably my surprise favorite film of the week. Now there was another film I watched, which is the Tony York business, as he would say, and this is this one, Revolver, Oliver Reed. It's 1973. It's a crime thriller. It's an Italian, West German, French production, which Oliver Reed was somebody who would do that. He'd work everywhere. He worked really hard when he was sober, or not so sober. But this film, it's a crime thriller, and it is. I absolutely loved it. And of course, the music soundtrack is Morricone. So he hasn't got all excited. He's probably got this. Oh, perhaps he hasn't, but I wouldn't be surprised. But apparently, Oliver Reed was drunk a lot of the time on set. So you don't notice that. How he managed to get a performance out of him is incredible, because when you're watching the film, you don't notice that. But that's in the extras what we were talking about, that he was actually drunk. I mean, crikey, he did well. I mean, he's a great actor. I enjoy watching Oliver Reed. Oliver Reed's one of those actors, and to think that he destroyed himself really with drink is very sad. But yeah, he could produce some absolutely wonderful performances, and this one was I just thought it was a great film, and I was totally engaged in it. I was wondering where it was going to go. It's a good, the way it just goes. It's just fantastic. You go with it and right to the end. I just. It was a great performance by Oliver Reed. I mean, I've seen some great performances by him, and this one would definitely go down as that. Fabio Testi is an Italian actor, and I don't really know much more about him, apart from he was an Italian who was in a lot of Italian films, but it works well, and I think that's all you can ask for, really. And then finally, I suppose I'll do this one. I've got to do my classic Doctor Who. This is called The Mark of the Rani. It's Colin Baker, who I'm beginning to enjoy a lot more. And this one, I love the history behind this one, because this was set at Iron Bridge. What a location they've got there. And you've got all about the Luddites, and that you've got George Stephenson popping up in it. I mean, what a delight this is. If you love historical Doctor Who stories, this is a great one. And I just totally enjoyed it. The Master being the Master, the Rani, just great as well. Colin Baker, I'm enjoying. I never thought I would say this, but this, looking at Colin Baker, I actually really am enjoying him, and I'm surprised at myself after all at the time. I just thought it is, but I love the history of this.
That's the one. That's the one with the trees, isn't it?
This one. This is. Let's see. Is it trying to?
They stand on a foot grenade and turn into a tree.
Do you know? I'm trying to think of that one. That could be true. I still loved it anyhow. Do you know? I thought that. You
got all these like 15th or 14th century peasants going around in the forest, and all of a sudden a big explosion goes off and an oak tree appears. They're an oak tree for the rest of their life.
I love this. I just the great the history of it, what they were trying to do as usual, the Master and the Rani. I thought they played well together. I just loved it, and I thought Colin Baker he's getting better as these stories are going on. And I never thought I'd ever say that because I never really liked him that much. But I think it's good. So that's Mark of the Rani is a different one. And I think that's it. So my film at week was True Romance. Has to be for me. I just absolutely loved it. And I suppose we better get on with comments. Right. So the first comment we've got is saying, "Evening, gang, and hope that Mrs. Dell is doing well." Thank you, Si, for joining us.
Thanks, Si. Yeah, it's like what I hope for every week, and I mention it all the time, is I just want to know what normality is. If this is the level that my mum is at, I'm happy, as long as it doesn't degrade fast, you know. And I don't see it getting worse. You're never going to get it better. So that's all you can hope for, is a very, very slow degradation, so that my mum is here for as long as she possibly can be. And that's all you can hope for, because when you've got a cognitive memory issue where the doctors say it's the start of dementia, you hear that word dementia like you hear the word cancer, and you just go into depression and, oh my God, and what am I going to do, and all of this sort of stuff. And, you know, no cures and all of this sort of stuff. So, you know, what your brain needs to be trained to do is find what the new norm is. Love the things that you did in the past, but find the new norm. And that's what I'm doing, really. Every day I learn to live with how it is and go forward. So thanks very much. Always a pleasure, Si. Thank you. And of course, I always say hello from you to my mum, and she usually turns around and says, "Who the fuck's he?" No, she doesn't say that at all. She just goes, "Oh, from your blog that you do. Oh, say hello." That's what my mum usually does, something like that. She doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah. Imagine neither do we, really.
Yeah. Yes, you and me both. I go on. I have no idea. I hook myself up to a shitload of pain every Wednesday.
Yeah,
I don't know why I do it.
I know you've got your favourite follower here. Here he is.
Who's that?
Steve's Gaming.
That little shit.
Hello, guys and girls.
He can sod off, little bastard.
On screen. Well, thank you as always, and you always get a wonderful welcome from Delboy.
He can sod off, the little shit.
He even does it in his blog. He does it in the blog as well. Anyhow, it wouldn't be the same, would it? All right. Media Collector Madness. Hello. Thank you for joining us. It says, "Hi guys. Hope you are both well and good. I've been enjoying the top comedy videos. What is your favorite year for comedies? Mine would be 1984.
I mean, I can understand where he's coming from. 1984 was what? Ghostbusters? And all of that sort of stuff in that era, isn't it? 1984.
I don't know. I'd find that a difficult question.
It is, because you've been doing your top five. You've been doing your top 5 comedies.
Yeah, and right? There's so many good films.
And I've always turned around and said that I've got a soft spot for Laurel and Hardy, and that means that, well, all right then. Here's my favorite era, 1933.
Yeah,
you know, and then people will be going, "What the hell are you talking about? Why don't you like things like Beverly Hills Cop and Trading Places?" I love them all. Don't get me wrong. In fact, actually, I was one of these people that turned around and said, "What is it about comedies that is now dead in this sort of like?" decade? I mean, you don't see.
Why isn't there a film like Trading Places being done? I mean, that is Trading Places, I think, is it's a masterpiece now.
Oh yeah,
I
and
know that's controversial, but
some
it's
people
still
will
well
say,
written.
some
Well
people
put
will
together.
say, well, there is a new Beverly Hills Cop coming and all of this sort of stuff, and I'm going, yeah, but it's if you've ever seen them, they're sort of like a shadow of their original self. I mean, I really am dreading seeing The Naked Gun.
Yeah.
Although it might turn out to be something quite good because, I mean, for a start, it's a medium that I love, which is slapstick and concentrated slapstick at that. Where you have to watch what's going on several times because you'll miss it.
Yeah.
There's stuff going on in the background and all of that sort of stuff with little quick witty things that are talking about. And of course, the Seth is it Seth MacFarlane is the executive producer or something of it.
Yeah.
But then again, I've not been in awe with Ted and all of that. But I do like the Orville. I do like the TV series. The
which
Orville.
looks like it's not going to get any
now
more.
It looks like it's dead. Yeah, it's
dead,
either it's either dead because of Hulu or it's dead because of Seth, and we don't know which one it is. They keep going back and around in circles and all of that sort of stuff.
And it's a shame because that last season was absolutely brilliant. It really hit its stride with that. It's such a shame, but
as a parody of science, Star Trek and all of that sort of stuff, I really like the Orville.
Yeah,
not so much so because it's sort of like, it's almost like Griffith in a bear. You know what I mean? From Family Guy. It's almost like the same person inside a teddy bear. But saying that, there are some funny moments in it. But no, we hit our stride, I think, in the 80s with the comedies because there was, in fact, some of the biggest earners of the year were the comedies, and this is why actually there was a lot of talk in the media press on why is it that the Oscars never appreciate comedies. They never have them in the Oscars as in best comedy of the year or anything. They don't, they're not acknowledged as best script, best music, best actor. Never. You never see a comedian ever talked about. And then, of course, you can only shun for so long before Hollywood then turn around and go, sod you, comedies, we're not even making them anymore.
Yeah.
And the comedy that you watch now are all just one-liners in dramas.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that's as close as you're going to get to a comedy these days. So, hey, maybe Spaceballs 3 might do it. I don't know. Mel Brooks at 98 could be the second year of comedy. Who knows?
I think, to be fair to the Orville, it didn't matter. And I think he loved it so much, he didn't have to do comedy episodes. There were serious episodes in the end, and that was good.
When they went to that robot's planet, and then basically saw that they'd killed all their masters, and then suddenly went after them. What was that? The end of season 1, beginning of season 2, and then they looked at that android for the whole of that season as being
suspicious and suspect.
All the way through. I mean, it befriended these two kids that were on board. I mean, it was interesting stuff.
It was a really good. I thought it was a good series, and in the end, it didn't have to be funny. It just developed its own niche, really.
Yeah,
it's a shame, but you kind of knew they wouldn't give it another one. It's been too long now. So
the other thing, I'll mention it again. Seth MacFarlane. I think he's under contract with 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox and Sci-Fi on TV die a death.
Yeah.
Everything that came out from 20th Century Fox in the early 2000s had one season and went.
Cancelled. Yeah.
Cancelled.
Yeah.
Firefly cancelled. They are.
Yeah.
There's a perfect example of one. That's it. And that's why when it stopped being made and it went to Hulu, I was hoping, Hulu might give it a bit more.
Yeah.
And there you are.
Yeah. And then we've got Steve's Gaming Part 2. Get your wash cloths out, Del. That Interceptor is mucky as hell and needs a clean. There you are, lad.
It's on bloody the moon, you daft bastard. You try getting water up on the moon and bloody washing that thing down. What do you think? There's a car wash round the corner. Stupid bastard. He knows. Oh, well, that's the moon. Yeah. Just popping out on my Interceptor so I could just get it washed on a Sunday. You know, get the suds on it.
Yeah.
Right.
And then we've got Jamie saying, "Good evening, chaps." Hello, Jamie. Welcome.
And a big thank you from me for two films that I've just bought and 2 for coming on last week. What a great chat.
Yeah. And we I might as well say it now, because sound wasn't very good at all. It was really irritating. We are going to invite Jamie back. It may well be, I think it probably be next week. We'll invite him back for. So
that's the week I'm off. That's the week I'm off. So that we've got ZZ Top on it only. The fucking beards.
And then we've got Tony. Hello, evening, Ian, Del, and chat. Oh, Mum's okay, Del. Can't wash the Interceptor. There's a water shortage, Steve. Yeah,
there's a hose pipe ban on starting Friday, aren't they? In Derbyshire and there's a number of places. It was on the radio this morning.
Yeah, I know. Steve's laughing. He says, "Ha!" And then we've got Tony. Did you find 3 hours for Dr. Zhivago, Jamie? And Sandra, hello, Sandra. Hello, all. This is far better this week. Audio is good and not giving me a migraine. Yeah. We'd be all right. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. We couldn't help last week. I'm sorry about that, but that's how it was.
It's one of those things where you sort of like appreciate a little bit on in the 80s when we used to watch BBC and they said, and now all the way on the satellite from Los Angeles, we've got this guy we're going to have a chat with, and he's there going, what the fuck are you talking about? What the 5-second delay and hissy noises and all this sort of stuff, and then they go, we've had to cut that short, unfortunately. Because I kept saying to Ian, I said, turn that bastard muckman off, right? Let's go back to just you and me. He's a little crapper, and he doesn't deserve to be on, a little shit. I got voted out.
And then we've got here Jose, Tony, and Si. You've just had a rant against you. And then Tony says, "Evening, Sandra. I'm glad I had quite an ancient laptop. The sound didn't bother me last week. Must be good enough audio quality." Well, yeah. And then we've got Sandra saying, "Question: where is the best place to buy network DVDs in UK? I want to build up my network collection. Well, isn't a lot right now. I'll tell you where I see them is on eBay, and some are still not a bad price. They're not. I think there's a bit of a misconception that some of the network titles are extremely pricey. There are some, yes, that are pricey, but they are still around. Now, just get on eBay, and I'm sure you'll find them. Also, try and maybe just do a Google search and try and find out what releases Network did, and then have a look through and work from that and go through eBay. I mean, there'll be a lot that obviously are out of print and you won't get anything, but there still is quite a few around. And what I've noticed is the ones that are around are sometimes the films rather than series. So you can get quite often, like I got that James Mason film other week that was on network, and it was cheap as well. So they're still around. And I think you're going to find more on DVD than Blu-ray, because Blu-ray came near near the end, really, of network. So there isn't as many Blu-ray titles. There are
Yeah.
Blu-ray titles, but they were more of a DVD outlet. But anyhow, that's my advice. Anyhow, try and find.
I don't have much to add other than we've got a friend of the channel, Jim Jam, that you could definitely learn an awful lot from. It's Jim Jam Movies and TV. He's a very big network collector. I'm sure you know of him, Sandra.
Yeah.
The rest is pretty much what Ian said. I would definitely shorten your expectations and horizons to something that is a favorite of yours. I mean, I've seen stuff on network and I've gone, what the hell's this? Do I want that in my collection? No.
Yes.
Because they did everything. They did kids' TV shows. They did 70s comedies, 60s comedies, 60s dramas, 70s dramas. You had period dramas. You had thrillers. You had movies, just like we mentioned there. Huge selection. And then, of course, they also did they started to ramp up from DVD to Blu-ray. Perfect example, I think, is World at War, which I'm very happy with my copy of World at War. It's a documentary, one that you probably wouldn't have on your radar, but it is like the
it's a classic.
It is like a classic number one type thing.
Yeah.
And like I say, it's much to do with your own preference, because I mean, there are people that I know that buy things like Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World, which was a thing in the 70s and 80s. But you know, you wouldn't buy it because what you're looking for is probably things like George and Mildred, Man About the House, and Robin's Nest, and comedies, and all of that sort of stuff.
And those titles, incidentally, are still ones that you can get.
Yeah.
George and Mildred you can get, and
it's amazing how cheap you can get George and Mildred. That's a bloody good place to start, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I would normally say Man About the House is the place to start. But it's a trilogy. So you go George and Mildred, and then you go Robin's Nest.
Yeah.
You can get all three in one big box.
Yeah.
But some people go, I don't want one big box. I want all three separate things, you know. And then you'll go down that route, and it's going to be an exciting time for you, Sandra, because that's the start of something that you'll be proud of at the end and say, this is how far I got. And I'm proud because I got some of these for £1 and
charity shops.
So there's charity shops, there's eBay, there's Music Magpie, World of Books, all of those good places. And don't get sucked in with the I'll buy it at any price. Set yourself a ceiling. I mean, even today, it's not a network title, but Jim Jam was looking for a copy of 7 seasons of the TV series Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
You can get it for 25 quid right now if you go to HMV. It's not a problem, right? Not a problem at all, right? But if you look around, you can get it for £5. That's it. It all depends on how urgently you want something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I think my advice as well would be keep checking, because these things appear all the time and then they disappear. Just keep checking, and
there isn't both Jim Jam and I've asked him constantly, and I still don't get an answer. That I don't think there's a definitive list of what network brought out. There is no list that says over the course of network's life spell, with marketing ITV, which they mostly did. It was mostly ITV and Channel 4 and mostly that sort of stuff. You will find that there's no definitive list that says, they started off in 1999 and this was that's what came out that year, and this is what came out in 2000 and all that sort of stuff, and this is a reissue and all of that. I ain't found one. So at the end of the day, you just really want to write that down, the best of what you clearly want right at the beginning, and then scan for those and get them as cheap as you possibly can. And have a ceiling level for DVD and have a ceiling level for Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Blu-ray will be slightly more than DVD, etc., etc. You know, say, right, I'm not going to spend anything more than £5 on DVD. If I get it for £1, brilliant. If I get 5 for 20 pence, absolutely, 5 at 20 pence each, absolutely marvelous. Jim Jam did that. He's not in any hurry. If it comes, it comes.
Yeah.
There you are. All depends on how much of an hurry he is to fill in a gap. So, you're probably going to find that if you scatter your selection, you're going to come back with tons every week, because it's like, right, I've bought All Creatures Great and Small for 20 pence. I've bought this for 20 pence, and you just scatter and you just get a ton of stuff, and suddenly your shelves are suddenly starting to fill, and you go, yeah, but I haven't really concentrated on the area that I really want, which is comedy. So then you hone in. You see what I mean? Then it's harder because you're getting to the how much will I actually ever pay? You know what I mean?
And another thing is sometimes network broke things up, so you'd get the first season, second season, or third season, or series, whatever you want to call them. But then there'd be complete ones as well. Yeah. And sometimes, a bit of advice in terms of shelving is often get the complete ones if you can.
Yeah.
If you can, because they take up less room on your shelf. They do. If you can get complete series.
Yeah, I think Jim Jam's buying London's Burning at the moment, and I think he's going down the singular route because that's what he started off with.
But maybe it's cheap. Maybe you could argue sometimes maybe it is cheaper to get them all in an individual series, and it might be, but it's just you've got to work it out yourself.
It's astronomical what they do, because they even do Coronation Street. Now, how the hell do you do Coronation Street, right? I mean, there must be like
it's
3,000-4,000.
So many episodes. I think they pick 8 key episodes of a year.
From a year, and I'm just going, and yet they started. This is what pisses me off. They started to show and broadcast Crown Court, right, from the 70s.
Oh yeah,
right? And those are 3 episodes that make up one Crown Court case, right? There is 1,000 and something 25 episodes, and they got to volume 8, and they were going in order. They actually were going in order.
Yeah. Oh.
And then they went bust.
Yeah.
And I'm going, shit.
I think the other thing to say to Sandra is that another company, well, I think there's a couple of companies, isn't there?
Yeah, Gold
did take over some of their catalogue, but they're more expensive. They're at least a tenner more expensive, aren't they? Is it Old Gold Media and
Old Gold Media? That's it,
so you can get some of these titles, but they're more expensive. So I think you just got to. It depends how much you really like or want a particular series. Sometimes they issued, a series that nobody's heard of. It only lasted 1 season. Do you really want that? How much of a fan are you? That's how I look at it, Right. So we've got Sai saying, my mate has just got back from Sorrento in Italy, and he's bought me back a Blu-ray of The Night Porter. Oh, wow. He said he was browsing around an open market and saw it on a stall, so he got it for me. The Night Porter. What a film. Controversial film it is. I'd be interested to see what you think about The Night Porter. It's quite a few years ago since I saw it. I saw it on big screen when I was at university. And it is quite a film. It's controversial, I know. I'd be interested to see what you think about it. Yeah. Have you seen Night Porter?
Doesn't ring a bell, but remember, I'm telling you that I'm still picking up things like Italian films and Korean films.
Well, Dirk Bogart, he has an interesting career, doesn't he? He did a lot of very mainstream stuff, all those doctor films and bits and
Oh,
this and
well,
that.
I mean, I've seen all the
But it was all,
documentaries.
he always wanted to get more into more serious stuff. And his first serious film was a Joseph Losey film, 1963, The Servant. And he always carried on from that, wanting to do
Right. Yeah.
these kind of more, and this is an Italian one, and the Night Porter fitted into that. And it was a controversial film because it's about Nazis. It's got a lot of sexual sadomasochism in it. It's a lot of interesting stuff. And I definitely put it up there as a controversial film. I don't think it's as bad as Salò. I don't think anything, well, some things are as bad as Salò. I think it's got a better intent than Salò as a film, but it's still not necessarily an easy watch at all. You know, I think the basic premise is that there's flashbacks to, he was a Nazi guard and he had a relationship with a Jewish, one of the Jewish prisoners, and then that reappears again all these years later. He thinks he's escaped. He's got a job as a night porter, and this is what the story develops from that. So there's flashbacks into what's going on there. It's a very good film. I've not seen it for years, though, as I say, but that's my memories of it. Well worth watching.
It's got me intrigued, and I do like I said, I do like that. I mean, I've watched a number of films with Dirk in.
Yeah.
So I mean, it sounds something that I'd probably get into. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Oh, yeah. I think you would definitely find it an interesting film. There's no doubt about it.
Based on these bastards called Cy Robson and Muckman Movies and everything, who keep coming up with about 15 films every week on ones I have to watch, right? I've now got a stack like this that I need to bloody. By the time I get to that one, I'll have a beard as long as him.
Yeah. Thanks.
Airy git.
Right. And so we've got Tony put his thoughts, saying Jamie, and then we've got Si saying, I've never seen it, so it's going to be a first time watch for me. Oh, I'd love to know what you think about it. I really would. Very interesting film. Sandra says, what is this hashtag 2, hashtag 1 thing in the chat? Is that not a competition? I'm confused. I don't know. Do you know?
No, I've already explained it.
Oh, right. Okay.
I mean, I'll explain it to you, and you can turn it. You can turn it off if you want. YouTube has now started to do this promoting. That sticker chat thing where you pay £5 and you get chat and all that sort of stuff, and somebody will then read it out because they've donated $5 and all of this.
All that stuff. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, I know
so YouTube have done what this thing that's supposed to be fun, right? Where the more you chat, the higher up the ranks you get experience for the more times that you type something, right? And it's supposed to tell you as a person who creates stuff on YouTube, who is your most dedicated fan who talks to you the most, and you then target that person as a person that you'd want to speak to the most, because obviously that person is a big promoter of you because they've been chatting the most, you can opt out. You, as a creator, you can go to your options and you can say, I don't want this bollocks. And it means then that nobody can play the game.
I've never
but
seen
if you don't opt out, it starts the process off, and every time you chat, you get you're ranked 1, 2, and 3. And you get XP. The more you chat, it goes 75, then it goes 100, then 125, 150, and all of this sort of stuff. And it will tell you, oh, that's me. Got to go and look after my mum.
Okay. What
I'm trying to say is, it tells you at the end of the night who is the person that you chatted with the most. The person who was chatting the most in your stuff. But I'll be back in a moment. All right, that's what all that's
thanks
about.
for explaining that. I had no idea about it, but anyhow. Okay. And Sai says, I'm not sure, Sandra. What's these crowns next to people's comments? I don't know. Well, hopefully he's explained a bit about it. I have no idea. You know me. I have no idea about much going on. Mine says this hashtag one. What else? Well, hopefully he's explained it a bit because I have no idea about this. Jamie says he's never seen it before. And Sai says it's a competition and Sandra is winning. Jamie says strange. Yeah, it is. Right. And we've got Tony saying not seen Night Potter Sai. Do like Dirk Bogart though. Just seen him in The Gentle Gunman, 1952, an early one, about IRA men planting bombs in London in World War II. Do you know? I think I think you sent me that as one of those DVDs. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, the IRA plotting. Yes, in London. It's actually a good film. And it's an early one for Dirk Bogart. I mean, it's before he made those Doctor films. I'm sure it is 52, so it's a very early one. It's quite a while since I saw it, but it's definitely one of them that you sent me. The Gentle Gunman. Yeah, it's good. And Sandra says, "Does the Ash win a prize at the end? If not, it's pointless." Yes, it is. We're not that. I nearly made a joke there. We're not that TV show. It could be pointless. Perhaps you win points for how pointless hashtags are or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, all this stuff is just beyond me. If you win, you get a DVD in the post from Tony York. Delboy would like that one. Yeah. Sandra's laughing. Yeah, he's not here. You're safe, Tony, at the moment. These crowns have something to do with encouraging people to chat more. Whatever chats most is number one, I think. Oh, you get a crown. Perhaps you get a crown at the end presented to you. Ah, yeah. Wow. I wonder when they introduce that. I don't know. You know, YouTube does this. It introduces things, and you never know what's going on. Yeah, you have to be one of these iPolloid channels. You know, one of the massive ones. You know, where you're getting thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and all that sort of stuff, but not for our little channel. And then must have been this week. Yeah, probably if it's just popped up. I haven't added up. No, it says here upgrade. I'm just looking actually. I'm supposed to upgrade this at some time. Maybe next week I'll do it. I don't know if that affects that or makes any difference. I have no idea. Sometimes you have to do these upgrades. It says now at the side upgrade. Or does it mean to because StreamYard there's a paying one, isn't there, as well? I don't know, but I suppose I'll find out. Yeah. Not to sound sexist, but the bloody woman is winning. Hey, oh, what's that? Sorry. I'll tell you what really gets on my nerves. It's these blooming, you open door and some little sort of insect things come in. Every time you open the door, insect thing, it's like they're all queuing up outside waiting to come in. Blooming insects, get out. We don't want you in. We don't want you in. Why is it in summer that these insects want to come in your house? What is it? What on earth do they want apart from to annoy me? And the thing is, I kill these things eventually after they irritate me. I manage to have a lucky hit, and I think, yeah, they don't. And then another one appears that I've never seen. Where do these things come from? Are they breeding? Are they doing something in the house? You can't get rid of them, but it's only in the summer. Obviously, we need a freezing cold thing which will kill the buggers. That's the only thing that'll probably kill them. I don't know. Right. Sorry, sir, I ran out. Just have one left now for Del. All right. Everyone, if you got into your YouTube account settings privacy, you can turn this bollocks off, can you? Oh, right. What does it? I'll have a look. I'm not very good at this, but I'll probably have to ask Delboy. So you can turn this stuff off. Yeah, I don't understand where it's. This must be a new thing, isn't it? It must be new. I don't understand it. It is bollocks. Yeah. And then Tony says, can't be bothered, Steve. The laptop will probably crash. Oh, yeah. We don't want your laptop crashing, Tony. Steve's going there wondering. And then Tony says, Sandra, you can still get quite a few new network titles from Amazon, eBay, etc. Also, some are now re-released under the old gold label. Oh, yeah. Or I think now Fremantle Spirit Entertainment too. Yeah, they definitely are releasing. These are appearing now. So hopefully we're going to get a lot back. I don't know if the films, these old films, will come back. I hope so. Where that it's not just the TV series, because I think one of the charm good things about Network was these old film titles that they put out, films that you probably wouldn't normally have got released. So I like to see those kind of films more than perhaps the TV series, as yeah. And then says, thank you, Tony. And then he put thumbs up there. And Jamie says, I think Live and Let Die is my favourite Moore Bond film. Now, my favourite Moore Bond film, do you know, I think I would put that as my favourite as well. Just ahead of The Spy Who Loved Me. And I like Moonraker. I know Moonraker's not highly rated, but Moonraker's just such a lot of fun. And The Spy Who Loved Me, yeah, I think I like Live and Let Die because it's got a lot of good things in it. And it's not Roger Moore with his first film. It fits into it perfectly. It's got a nice blend still there of the Roger Moore humor, but it's a really good story. The theme tune as well. What can we say about that? There's something about that first film that I think is perfect. It really is a great start to a film. And Roger Moore is really good in it. He's not got, the scripts haven't got really silly and out of control and what have you. So I think it's a good one. Definitely, I'd put there as definitely a favorite. In fact, yeah, I might even put that as my favorite Roger Moore, even though The Spy Who Loved Me is the one that everybody points to. But Live and Let Die, I think, is great. I like the blaxploitation bit in it, and it's just, I don't know. And to say the theme tune, probably one of the best theme tunes of the Bond era. It's one that everybody remembers, and it's a really good film. Yeah, definitely, it's a good start for Roger Moore. That I suspect not everybody will put that as their favorite, but I think it really is. Some of the later ones, yeah, I like Roger Moore, but I still put Sean Connery as my favorite James Bond, I would say. Even though I'm not as keen on Diamonds Are Forever. I think it's one of the worst films in Bond franchise. Perhaps not the worst, but it's not good. But overall, a lot of Connery stuff is just great for me. Yeah, I love it. I love a more sort of not always as a lovable character about James Bond, because he's not supposed to be always lovable. You know what his job is. He's he has to do this job, and it's killing people, and it's not all fun. But Roger Moore, you can't help but love him. I mean, I must admit, you can't help but love Roger Moore. And I would definitely say Live and Let Die is my favourite of his. And Teresa, Semi-Aging Jamie alternates between that and Spy Who Loved Me. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I say Moonraker, I like the space stuff and the space thing. It's just good fun. Yeah, Spy Who Loved Me is Moore's best outing as Bond. Yeah, I think a lot of people will say that. Sandra says, Live and Let Die is a timeless classic. Yeah. My brother thinks it's racist, but I love it anyway. Yeah, I don't know why it's racist, to be honest. People say that about a lot of things. I suppose it's about the black exploitation stuff, which were fashionable at the time. It's not racist at all. It's daft. People are daft nowadays. Yes, I think it's a good. What a film, actually. I as I said, I prefer the fact that Roger Moore has been more restrained in this film, and it gets out of control in later Roger Moore outings. But yeah. And then we've got, speak of the devil, I'll talk of it all. It is Jim Jam. Hello, good evening. Good evening. He says, welcome. We've been talking a bit about network, your favorite subject. Yes. And then we have got Sandra saying, Spy Who Loved Me is my favorite. Oh, I understand totally why it is. Yeah. And Sai said, and like last week, a shout out for Your Eyes Only. Yes, yeah, a big shout out for that. Yeah. And then Jamie says, just finished watching Trick or Treat, proper 80s nostalgia. Want as much of a horror as I remember. That's there's two, isn't there? There's Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat. Is that the I think it is, isn't it? You showed it, the Ozzy Osbourne one, this one. Yeah. Which this week is quite sort of relevant with the retirement of Ozzy Osbourne, which there's been a lot about. There's been a hell of a lot about it. And that happened, was it Saturday, I think? It happened, the special gig he did, and all these metal bands came, like Metallica and what have you, and he sat on his chair. His health, I know, has not been good, and it was quite a touching farewell. There's been a lot said about that, and I think that's a good thing, because I was getting fed up of all this Glastonbury story stuff, and Glastonbury really is getting ridiculous, but that was a really good... I'll tell you what it was. It was like the fans were showing their love for him, and he was showing the love to the fans. And I think that's really quite a powerful thing for him to do, I think. And I think that's why it stuck in my mind. It was very poignant, that, because that's what it was. It was both he's had his long career, and doing that was a great thing, I think. It was really powerful, much more powerful than some of the things that you've seen when people say farewell. And I thought that was really good. And it has been in the news a bit, and it was nice to see it get into mainstream more, talking about it. And I think it was a great thing that happened there, yeah. And yeah. Have you anything that you want to add what I just said there?
Oh, that goth bastard. No. I actually listened to his music rather late. He did this poignant track with Elton John, didn't he, about 3 years ago?
I can't remember.
Yeah, on his last album, it was the lead.
Oh, track. Right, yeah.
It was a reminiscent look at his life.
Yes.
I did it. I did it all for you.
Yeah.
That's how it went.
Yes.
And I thought that was a lovely track. And then
Yeah.
I started to listen to some of his back catalogue. And he's one of those people that he's very likable. I find him quite likable, even though drugs and drink have ravaged him a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's a fact that he nearly died.
When you consider what he's been through, what Sharon Osbourne's been through with cancer, and it was all been it's all there on celluloid for you to watch. And then his quad bike accident and all sorts of stuff, and all the accusations of him having an affair later on in life, and all of this sort of stuff with the maids, and it's all up there. It's all up there for you to sort of like soak in, really, because it's a soap opera. It reads like a soap opera.
Yeah,
but you should never take away the music, which is what it's all about with him.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, I love the fact that he could still do it for that. He was able to do it for that last time. And that's what I said. It's because it wouldn't have worked without that mutual love between him and the fans and him, because you could feel it. It was just there. It wasn't showy. It was a genuine. That's what my vibe was about it. It just seemed so genuine, and that's good, because you see some of these things and they seem very staged. They don't seem that genuine, but this
I've been watching a lot of music documentaries recently, because it's around Glastonbury, like you said. Right? And I don't like really all the Glastonbury documentaries.
No, I don't. It's elitist.
I've seen them a million times before.
Yeah.
And of course Oasis is in the news, and they're doing loads of
of course.
their documentaries.
Yeah.
But I've been listening to a lot of Kate Bush documentaries. I didn't even know, and I didn't know this until this week, that on her album, which was Here and Now or something, whatever it's called. Right? She redid Wuthering Heights with her voice of the time at that time. And she said it's because her voice has changed between the two, and she thought that it was too high and too whimsical. She said therefore she did a new remaster of it.
Yes. It's in that box set. I've got that box set.
Yeah, but you're a bastard. You're a bastard because you got that box set and I haven't got it. You can just log off. Right? It's too expensive for me to get now, you little shit. But what I was trying to get at was there's a heck of a lot of good documentaries, and there's a good one for Metallica and all of those sort of ones. And I'm with that cinema showing of the one that Cy Robson was talking about a couple of weeks ago. I'm starting to watch a few of them so that I can get into the habit of them watching that when it eventually streams.
Yeah,
it's not one that I'd go to the cinema to see, but it'd be definitely one that I'd watch and like, I think. Because I just love I love the way that they say, how I mean it's famous, about Rod Stewart, being discovered busking, and Long John Baldry, and Long John Baldry has got a huge history himself. And Elton John was discovered through Long John Baldry as well, slightly, but through Dick James music, and then there's Dick James himself, and all of that. I mean, look at it, and it's like, wow, this world is sort of like intertwined like no business. And it must have been a huge, exciting time that I was only a little nipper when all this was going on, and I know nothing about it, and I can't talk to my mum about it because she won't. She'll either not know, or it passed her by. She just recognizes the music, which is what it's all about, really. It's the music. You should. But the thing about with me in documentaries, with music documentaries, is this: I listen to a track, I like the track, I then look for more music from that track. If I like it more, I then look for a documentary on it, and that's how I work. So I work backwards all the time with my music. I work backwards. I'll listen to a track that gets me interested, and then I work backwards.
Yeah.
And I love that about it. You know.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I'd love to be at the beginning level of a band or something, and then not know know everything about it without needing a documentary. But I tend to find things later on in life.
Yeah.
But there's nothing at the moment in the charts that makes me go,
it's never too late to delve into anything, you know.
I mean, I saw Glastonbury. I saw this woman on Glastonbury called Charlie X.
Oh yeah, I just know the name. She's big,
right?
But that's it.
Every single song seemed to be a downer on blokes.
Yeah, is it Sabrina Carpenter or somebody?
No idea, but
they're all the same.
Every song was her going out with the girls to get rat-assed and to tease the blokes, tell them to piss off at the end of the night and go home, right? And then she'll turn around and say at some point, and I'm just going to dedicate this to my regular boyfriend. And I thought, sad bastard. What, you have to live with that, do you? So who hates blokes that much that every single song in there is some derogatory comment about blokes in it? And I'm just going, you dress up with these tight black shorts and a basque or whatever it is, talking about going out with the girls, and then you have this Me Too movement and all this sort of stuff, and it's all about we've been treated like this. I've always said it. Why is it? And I don't mean to be, I love women. I'm not derogatory to women, but they wear T-shirts with writing on it, right? And it's usually got the most amount of writing that you'll ever come across on a T-shirt. You'll be on the tube or something in London, and you'll see it, and you'll go, I want to read what that says. And then they go, you're staring at my chest. No, I'm not staring at your chest. I wanted to know what your T-shirt said. And I'm made to feel like some sexual pervert because I was trying to read what was on the bloody T-shirt.
It'd be like putting your glasses on and saying, "Oh, just have a look. It looks like you're getting a better view."
And and I remember going out in the 90s and the 2000s, and the clothes that the women were wearing were all very provocative, and hardly any clothes on. And I didn't know where to put my eyes sometimes. Yeah. And all I could do really was compliment, say, "Yeah, you look lovely, my love. Yeah, where'd you get that top from? Oh, you got it from Victoria. Oh, right, okay, and all of this sort of stuff." Because I'm going, shit, I can almost see everything you got. Jesus Christ. It doesn't leave much to the imagination, love. There I am with my jeans and a shirt, hanging out over my trousers because I'm looking trendy or something, right, with a swirly pattern. And they're going around with a bra that you can see through their tops and all sorts of stuff, and I'm just going, and then they're saying we're done by and we're looked at as sexual images. And I'm going, yeah, because you're dressed like that. Well, how am I supposed to bloody look? I don't know where it's one of those things where I've learned, you can wear what you want, my love. I've got no problem with it. But it's just at the time, I just found it funny that I'm always being looked at as being some sort of sexual perv because I'm reading some writing on. I mean, they've even got the word smoochy on their backside or something, right? It says smooth or something, or kiss my patch or something, right? I'm going, I have no idea. You know what I mean? And I didn't know didn't know what to say. They just must have thought. But there we are. I'm dying.
It's an interesting avenue that is to talk about.
But I do think it's bad that there's a person like Charlie X, and I don't want to do a disservice. It's just that I listened to 4 of the tracks on Glastonbury, and every single one was derogatory at blokes.
Yeah.
And they might turn around and say, yeah, well, we're getting our own back on all the tracks that we heard in the 70s and 80s and all of this sort of stuff. And I was saying, I can't help that that's what the sold records back then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In other words, there's all those love songs, breakup songs, right? And it was always the bloke that was a bastard.
Yeah.
Oh, he broke up with me. Woe is me. You know, I was loving him and he went off and bloody had an affair with someone and all of this sort of stuff. And now they sing about the opposite direction. Now I left that bastard and I went off and I started sleeping around, see whether he liked it. Right? I'm going, all right, yeah, I get it. You know, you're a modern woman now, and you can go out and do that. And because it was always back in the 70s that if a bloke went out and sowed his wild oats, he was a real bloke, and if a woman did that, she was a slag. And I get it. I get the analogy of it all, but at the end of the day, has everything got to be about equilibrium? And so therefore, we've got to put out the same amount of content where the blokes were in the wrong, so that the women have got an equal amount of songs that are, you know, about them and them being liberated. Why do you have to go to that extreme that every song that comes out has to be that way? Just sing about what you like and what you know and what's affected. Not what actually affected somebody else and you decided you're going to bloody start singing about it. I'll get on the bandwagon and start talking about me going out and rogering everybody and then me dumping him or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Before,
I really want to know. I mean,
Roger.
I have to say it because I've lived through that age.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was hippie London, swinging London. Everybody was out there, free love and all of that.
Free love, of course, aye.
Then it was all the blokes treating all the women badly, and they were all singing these songs. And now it's all the women treating men badly, just equal than in the 2000s. And I'm going swings and roundabouts, I suppose.
Yeah,
but it gets a bit much. I listen to a song and I get embarrassed for being a bloke, and yet I've never done that to a woman. I feel bad.
No, we shouldn't feel bad. Yeah,
that's how they make you
have to feel bad.
It's like that Weinstein, you know. Like I said,
God, yeah. I don't know. He's made a lot of good films. What we're supposed to do, you know? Actually,
you can't watch him because he shagged it. He basically forced women to have sex with him for every thing.
Unfortunately, it don't work like that, you know, in terms of films, you know. And yeah, we've got Jim Jam movies that we were talking about earlier. He says, "Nice £5 pickup today." Oh
no,
right.
he's a complete bastard. He picked up sorry for a £5.
Yeah.
Etc. Don't go and watch it. Let us shit.
Yeah.
No. Honestly. Honestly, it's very. It's what we talked about earlier. I told you, didn't I? Earlier on, I said, if you just hang around. If you go and watch Jim Jam, if you want to know anything about Network, go and see Jim Jam.
He's the man.
He will tell you exactly the same thing, which is what you're prepared to pay. If you scatter your stuff, you'll get a ton of stuff, but it might not be stuff that you're interested in.
Yeah.
Personally, I would write down your top comedies that you're interested in, or go to the comedies of the 70s, write them all down, then see if there was ever a release, find out which ones were on, go and target them. You know what I mean? You're bound sure to pick them up for £1.50 or 20 pence at a charity shop at some point. We bought those Morecambe and Wises, and we all of us, whether we had a bad shaped box that was ripped to shreds like mine, or ones that were perfect like yours, we never paid more than £7.50 for 20 bloody DVDs with 8 seasons of Morecambe and Wise on it. You can't go wrong.
You can't. No. Right. Jamie says, fantastic rock soundtrack in Trick or Treat, though. And then Delboy, the crown with numbers in YouTube is to promote people as a creative broadcaster. No, as you mentioned, collaborates the most. Bag of crap, really. And one I've turned off in my channel. Right. Okay. So that's what you can do, then turn it off.
You can opt out.
Yeah.
It's what they call opting out.
Says, never had any streaming, Ian, but recently I opened a Lloyd's bank account and it gives me a year's Disney Plus free. Tried setting it up yesterday on a supposedly smart TV, and it doesn't work. Oh, I don't know. Do you know how to get these sort of things working?
Yeah, I've been in the same problem with EE, and all EE will tell you to do, and it's the same with Lloyd's Bank, is they will tell you because you've got to set it up slightly different. And you'll need to read the instructions on our webpage that tells you how to sign up, and then you basically, once you've signed up on it's usually if you sign up on a PC, you'll be able to then sign up on your TV, but you got to do it on the PC first because you need to have the account created and linked. Your TV's got a version of Disney Plus that's either older or newer and doesn't recognize the account other than on Disney's own server. Do you see what I mean? So the account has got a link across from Lloyd's to Disney, and then Disney will recognize it, and then it'll be able to work. Sometimes it's 24 hours. I had this problem with when I was with EE, they gave you these bolt-ons. They gave you 3 bolt-ons, and one of them was Apple Music. The other one was Sky Sports or something.
Yeah.
BT, no, it was BT Sport. That was it. And another one, I think, which I can't remember what it was. And when I tried BT Sport, it didn't recognize me for 72 hours. Didn't recognize me for 72 hours. Don't know what I was doing wrong. I had to phone up their technical support, and they said, yeah, you can't do it directly from your TV. You got to log on onto our account. So you log into EE, and then from our EE, you click on a link that takes you to the Disney site.
Yeah.
Special link. You then create your account there. Then it's what they call propagation. It then propagates into their servers. Then you can log in wherever you want because it recognizes your account. But it has to recognize EE or Lloyd's because it's a timed account. In other words, after 3 months or 12 months, it will stop. It won't recognize Disney to stop your account because you didn't open your account through Disney. So it has to know when the subscription ends. And the only way to do that is if Lloyd's keeps a track of it. You see what I mean? So you have to log through a gateway. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well,
so he will get it to work, but it's a pain in the ass. It's why I every time I go in for a new phone and they offer me these bolt-ons, I go, can I have the money off of the phone, please? I don't want the bolt-ons. They're a lot of shit. What do I want 3 months of Apple Music for? Sodding hell. I got Prime. I've got I got all of this, and now you're offering me another one, and it's only for 3 months, and then they want me to auto renew, and I'm going, sod you. Not interested. Take the money off the phone, please. Thanks. Otherwise, it's a waste of effort. You're not selling me on it.
Right. We've got Jamie saying, Delboy, if you tap on the purple crown at the top, it gives you a leaderboard.
Yeah, so every time you chat, you get 25%, and it goes 25, 50, 75, 100, 120, etc., etc., etc. And the downside of it all is, do you know what it forces people to do? Put one word for each line. So you go, I return, am, return, writing, return, this, return, on, return, every return line, because it's counting how many times you're talking, right? So basically, you'll all of a sudden you'll have 2,000 odd experience or something because basically you wrote one word on each line. It doesn't count the amount of words on each line.
All right. I haven't got it on my screen. I don't understand it.
No, because the reason you haven't got it on your screen, Ian, is you're looking at things through StreamYard. These people are in the chat room in YouTube.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, it makes another person that doesn't have a number next to it feel unhappy and said, I'm talking as much as these other people. I'm not even got a bloody register here yet. Because it only lists the top 3. What the bollocks! I turned it off on my side. I went, got that.
All right.
Everybody is welcome to chat on my. But then again, I haven't done a live chat for 6 months, and I did the first one on Friday.
So your advice then is for everybody to turn this rubbish off.
Well, Well, if
turn it off.
if you're monetizing your channel, then I'm pretty sure people that monetize their channel, they're going to keep this on because it's like,
yeah.
Because I want to speak to the people that have given me £5 donation, and then I want to speak to the ones that are listed as number 1, 2, and 3. But of course, I look at that as going, well, I'm chatting as much as anybody else. My everything I got to say is equally as important as anybody else's. So sod you, YouTube is what I look at it as.
Yeah.
Everybody, as far as I'm concerned, is an equal. There isn't one person that I'll talk to more than anybody else.
It's not a good thing, is it?
Sod you, YouTube.
Yeah. Right. We've got Tony saying, "Evening, James," and then, what was the pickup, Jim Jam? And Tony says, "Just watch James' video, Jamie. It was Sorry with Ronnie Corbett complete series." Oh, did he get a cheap copy of it then? Oh,
yeah, he got the HMV one. He got the HMV one for £5, but he wasn't.
Oh, that's a bargain.
He wasn't disappointed it was the HMV one, but at the end of the day, he was hoping he was getting the older version that he went to buy from X, I think.
The HMV one, how expensive is that then? About 20 quid?
25 quid for 7 seasons.
All right. I never liked Sorry. Oh, I like Sorry. I like Ronnie Corbett, but
I was glad. I was glad when Sorry came out because of Ronnie Barker's runaway success at being a comedy character actor, right? And Ronnie Corbett never really had that. He'd been in a couple of films, No Sex Please, We're British, and all of this sort of stuff, right? But he was always the stooge to Ronnie Barker, but they were both equally funny. And so when he got his own series, I didn't find it as funny as Ronnie Barker's stuff. Open All Hours is a classic. Porridge is a classic. Going Straight is a classic. All of those. Even Clarence is good, even though it lasted 1 season and is the weakest of the lot. But the very nature of the fact that it lasted 7 seasons gives you an indication that it was popular. And I like the idea that it was a 40-year-old man living with his mother, and his mother was controlling him and didn't allow him to go out. And of course, I was living at home as well in my 20s, 30s, and had left home, and some of my friends had left when they were 18 and that.
Yeah.
And I was going, I'm heading into Timothy territory.
Yeah.
Right. I haven't left home yet. And that's exactly what was going on. And my mum was turning around and saying, when you go out at night, you don't treat this house like a hotel. You don't bring women back. I'm going, bloody hell, it is Sorry.
Yeah.
It is Sorry. It's just, it did. You see, when Ronnie Barker was in Porridge and all of that, he had things like Dick Clement and, those sort of people writing fantastic scripts. I don't believe Sorry had the same caliber of script writers. And it did become samey. He looked like he was a librarian or something, or whatever it is, living with his mum and wanting to rebel, but didn't really know. But he was too sort of hoity-toity to rebel. You know what I mean? If that's the word, hoity-toity.
Hoity-toity is a good word.
You know what I mean? It was like, when you rebel, you start chewing gum. I'm Sid Snot. Right?
Yeah.
He was there going, "Oh, mother, I'm going out now," and talking in this voice, and I'm going, He couldn't say something strenuous or nasty in a single breath. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where other people would be saying, "Oh, you daft bastard, get over here," he'd be turning around saying, "Oh dear, did I swear? I didn't mean that, but I just want you to get over here, you imbecile."
Yeah.
Like that. You know what I mean? It's like non-offensive.
Yeah.
And Ronnie Barker did it with that wit. You know what I mean? He'd swear without you knowing that he was swearing because he'd use another language or whatever.
That's right, yeah.
He'd say, "It's them or us," with the old establishment and all of this. And, it'd be, that he was getting the one up on Mackay, and all that sort of stuff. even the closest you'd get to rudeness or something was where he says, "I bet having sex with your missus is a military maneuver."
Yeah,
I remember that. I
yeah.
remember that line. He says, 1, 2, turn around, 3, 4, nick
Yeah.
us down. That's a military maneuver for his sex that night, and that was about as rude as it got, But
I think Ronnie Corbett's strength was always when he was just sat down and doing that story. He was trying to tell a joke, and the joke didn't come right till the end because he was going off in another direction. It was
and
so.
and
that was
what?
really clever.
I looked at
Well
they called them the monologues, right? He
Yeah,
sat in his chair and he talked about his monologues.
yeah,
And I swear to God that it was similar to Frankie Howard, only Frankie Howard never had a chair. So Frankie Howard would say, he'd turn around and say, "Oh, isn't she bad?" And yeah, Mrs. Oh yeah, to me not, yeah, don't you start and all this sort of stuff, because he'd get distracted and then he'd continue the joke and he'd turn a 2-line joke into 5-minute monologue.
Yeah.
Because he'd get distracted and go off in a different tangent, all of this sort of stuff. And I tell you what, you try and do that, you really do need to have timing.
Yes.
Do that, and you need in your head to know how you get back on track, because you can lose yourself.
Yeah.
So you really do have to have a super sharp brain.
Yeah.
Just in the same way that Les Dawson, right, has to be a fantastic pianist to play that badly.
That's right. Yes, exactly. Also,
even Rick Wakeman would turn around and say to you, he was a fantastic pianist. And say, you cannot play that badly. It's not the duff note, it's the duff note in the wrong key that is equal to the right one that he's doing.
Yeah.
So in his head, he's got to remember what note it's supposed to be, then go to a totally different key and be in that same note, but in a different key. You try doing that with, side by side and roll out the barrel and all of that sort of stuff. It's pretty difficult to do.
Yeah. I liked it as well when Ronnie Corbett would just ad lib. It'd be going on and something in audience might, and it just ad lib, wouldn't he? It was just so that's what he was so natural at doing it. That's what was wonderful. It
was like the audience were participating.
Yeah, that's how he made. Yeah.
And they made a purpose of showing a backshot of Ronnie Corbett sitting on the chair with the audience.
Yeah.
Looking on, because they always had him on the chair with the spotlight.
Yeah.
And when they started off the monologue, you'll see that you actually see him sitting down, and you see the audience, right? And that means he actually did it live. He actually did that. That whole thing was done with a studio audience.
Yeah.
Which is another thing.
I saw him live when I was a child at Blackpool. And it was just.
What was that? Hang on a minute. Was that 1912?
No.
But when you were a child, did they have film then?
I think what impressed me about Ronnie Corbett was that he was exactly the same, and he must have done the same routine, twice a day. I think for a whole season, and he never felt like that. He must have done that routine over and over again.
No two would be the same. No two would be the same. There'd be a slight difference in every single one.
And that was really. It just felt so good that he was doing it like that. Absolutely brilliant. That's a sign of real talent, somebody who's so talented.
Ken Dodd was the same, but in a different way.
Yeah, I know Ken Dodd for hours and hours and hours and hours. Right. Sandra says, I like Corbett, but I hated Sorry. It was so drippy and pathetic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A character that you needed to really get behind, but sometimes the character is just not worth getting behind, and I understand that, which is probably why it's not one of my favorite comedies to collect.
Yeah.
I understand it's a
Yeah.
bargain, £5 from £25, but if it's a comedy that you remember watching, but you know, there are certain comedies that I can watch over and over again, like Porridge, Rising Damp, and I find them and Faulty Towers and all of this sort of stuff. And yet, if you ask me to sit down and watch 7 seasons of Sorry, I'd probably get to season 3 and go, they're all the bloody same now. But that's not his fault. That's just the writing.
Yeah.
And the nature of the show.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work out that way with Porridge and all the others. You know, I can watch them over and over again, and I find them equally funny the next time I watch them. And there can be a couple of days between me watching them as well, and I'll still watch it again and go, "Oh, it's so funny." Yeah. You know, classic moment coming up and all of that sort of stuff. It's what you like. That's all it is.
It is.
Plenty of people that liked it. There was 8 or 9 million watching that at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday or whatever it was.
It was to me, it was a reassuring program. It was something you could just sit and watch every week, and just you didn't have to think of or worry or anything about it. You just sit and forget for half an hour. I think it was good at doing that. It did, you know, exactly that. Whereas you'd watch some, I remember watching some sitcoms and you're not laughing, or you might just smile. But I always felt sorry. I was really laughing and into it, you know, like that. I mean, I have I've watched some of these YouTube videos with some terrible situation comedies, really bad ones that you think, how did they get through? How did they get abroad?
I didn't, even though I love sci-fi, I didn't think I'd like Red Dwarf. And I loved Red Dwarf.
Oh, Red Dwarf, yeah.
And I loved Red Dwarf. I didn't think I was going to like it. I thought it was all this smeg and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah. Once you get into it, it's more, actually, Red Dwarf is more intelligent than I think people perhaps realized at the time. There's a lot of people who clearly love sci-fi and comedy, bringing them together. Absolutely brilliant. They knew exactly, they were so good at writing those. That's why I think even though it came back, it was good, but not quite as good as it was originally.
Oh, that was UK Gold. But then again, didn't one of the writers,
Dave or somebody,
he didn't come back, did he? One of the writers.
Yeah,
because it was always something. It was a bloke called something Naylor, and
I've forgotten his name.
But one of them came back and the other one didn't. And you could tell that when you've got a double act like Dick Clematis and Ian Lenace, right? And you have one of them taken away. They work together because they filter out each other's bad sides. You know? I think that was a present. I think at the beginning of Dad's Army, wasn't it? Where when they were writing Dad's Army, they wanted it to be a certain way, and he said, "No, I want to." It was this person's dream. You know, I think it was David Lloyd's dream project, but the other person that turned it into the hit that it was filtered it out and said, "You really do need a voice for this because you're writing it like a fan. You've got to step back and at some point write about this way." And that's what made it work, because he wanted to be an actor in his own show, didn't he, David? Lloyd? If I remember rightly.
Maybe as well, sometimes it takes a season of writing something, and then the second season, they've learned from the first season any mistakes they've made, the way they do it. So sometimes you do get first seasons, and not always, we say series in this country, but they're not always as good, are they? They have to develop. They have to develop the writing, I think, and then they get better and better.
And I don't know what it is, but I grew up with Alvida's Pet, right?
Yeah.
And I watched it when it was on Central TV, and I thought it was the best thing ever. But it was absolutely marvelous, right? They went over to Germany, then they went back.
Yeah.
Then they went over to Spain to do Harry, whatever is his bungalow or whatever it was in Spain or whatever it was, and all of that sort of stuff. Then it shifted to BBC. And even though it's the same writers, the feel was different. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was because the picture was clearer or the actors were a bit older or some of them had died or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Even though it was the same writers, it didn't feel like the central production. It's
yeah.
almost like Central Productions was so rough, and it was the roughness that I loved about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never worked it out yet because I love even though the BBC ones are not as good, I'll still watch them and I still find them funny, right? But it's just I'll always go back and say, yeah, but it's the first two seasons that you want to watch. It's central stuff that was in 1982 and 1984. That's what you want to watch. You don't really, the other stuff's good, but you got to watch those two. Gold, it's gold. I tell you, man, it's gold.
Right. We've got Sai saying language, Timothy.
Language.
Tony says I enjoyed. Sorry, Ian. You can't believe you're making us wait 3 days for your new romance review. Really looking forward to hearing what you think. Well, I'm building up. You see, building it all up. Yeah, I recorded it this afternoon straight away after I'd watched it. I had to just do it. That's the best way.
I'll give you a secret. All right, I'll give you a secret. Better than waiting 7 years for mine. Which do you want? 3 days and you're going to get to see Ian, or wait for mine 7 years time? You'll probably get it.
Exactly. Yeah, you
take your choice.
Yeah. Anyhow, just before we go on, I'd just like to mention Delboy's channel. Now, if you're new on here and have not subscribed to him, please subscribe. Go and have a look at his channel. He's got a great channel. He does this Sunday blog, which is absolutely fantastic. It's a go-to for me. I absolutely love it. And he also does other things, other reviews. I know he'd like to do more, but it's not always possible. But he's got a great channel. So please go over and check it out and subscribe. And I've put in the link in the description. Yeah, thank you.
That's really nice of you. He's done it at a time where we had 15 people watching. He's done it at a time where there's 7 of them now watching. Bastard. He always does that.
I can't help it. It just jumps up and down. As soon as I start, it goes down there.
He always waits until about 8 people. He always waits until about 8 people have left, and then I'm supposed to feel grateful for that, the little shit.
Well, perhaps I can, but I like people to get a flavour of your wisdom and humour and everything. So
I mean, actually,
that's why I do it.
The thing here, you see, this is the thing. There's a thing here that depresses me a little bit here. Muttman's just put, so I've given up waiting for 7 Samurai's video from Delboy, and I do feel bad about that. But it's just that, I mean, it took me 3 weeks to get to his video of doing Rex, his game, and that takes 10 minutes to do. It's what's happening with my mum and my life at the moment. The fact that I mentioned it way too early before I'd actually even put word to mouth, right? You know what I mean? And then because I mentioned it and he was going, oh, I can't wait to see it, I keep looking at it and going, that ain't good enough. Got to do it again. And it's like that. And then somebody will make a snippet and turn around and say, you do know as well that, Bug's Life is based around Seven Samurai as well. And you go, oh, shit, did I forget that?
You didn't put that in.
And I look back in the notes, and then I need to add that in. And and then Wednesday's back round again, and I haven't done it again for another week. And it gets to the point where you go, I wish I could just get it out. And then when it does go out, it'll probably be the most non-watched video I've done in my life.
Well, it's ironic. I can put a lot into a video, and you think, oh, I've done a really good video there. Oh, I really think it'll do well. And then you look and, oh, it's not done that well. you don't know. You've no idea
No.
whether a video is going to do well, and you
See,
can put everything in.
I'm in awe of people like Muckman Movies and yourself. I mean, each time I make a joke of it in my blog, I turn around and I go, "Yeah, and today this is what this week this is what Ian's done. The little bastard! Look how much he's look on my pad, right?" And I say, "Look, here's just a snippet, right? Best comedies between 1957 and 1974, plus the review of Doctor Who, plus a review of X-Files, plus." A review of the Eyes Have It on Blu-ray, plus the SFX magazine review, plus
I've got to do that one,
right, and then a review of Kate Bush's first 5 albums, and then he went live with me on a Wednesday. The bastard! Look how much he's brought. What did I bring out? A blog. What a shit!
But it's different. It's a different.
What a shit!
It's not your fault at all. It's your blog is well respected, and I think a lot of people get a lot out of your blog, and I think that's one of your strengths. You can only do what you've got time. It's like, for me, it's just organization. What I do, Saturday is my day. So don't anybody get in contact with me on Saturday, because Saturday I'm working like hell. I get up early and I watch Doctor Who, do the review of that. Then I watch X-Files, do a review of that. Then I might do another review of something. Then I'll do shorts, because I know the shorts are important. So the shorts I have to research and put. So I'm working all day. I don't sometimes finish till about 8 o'clock or something like that. So I'm working from 8. But for me, it's better I'm organized. I feel better that I've got it all done. So I don't have to worry rest of the week. The stuff goes out on the channel, and then something will come up and I'll think, oh yeah, I should review that. Like this True Romance. It came and I thought, well, I've got to review that because I'm excited by it. So that's what I did. But generally, I normally have it planned out, and that's what I do. That's how you have to do it.
Just to give you an indication, right? So I do a blog, right? There's the first page, right? It starts off with the war, right? The war.
Yeah.
Then goes on to what happened in the UK, right? Then it's got the shout out.
People see.
Then it's got the shout outs, look, and possibly a little bit about what went on during my week, right? And then what I've watched on YouTube, the general stuff, look, with all the channel names on the left, was it on the right? Then there's film, TV, and soundtracks with Ian at the top. The little bastard! Look at
you always say that everywhere.
Films, look, Doctor Who, The Night Has Eyes. Look, little shit. Look, everybody else, look, one thing. What you got? 50 bleeding things, little bastard. Right? And then you got my friends that do games, and look, Robert Retro Gaming. Look how much he does, the little bastard. Look, every bloody day he's got stuff coming out, right? And then by the time I've read all that out, I show what's come through this week. Yeah. And then I do a little, probably some trailer stuff, and that's the end, right? And with me talking, that's 2.5 hours. And I tell you what, no word of a lie, 15 minutes is your section.
Yeah.
Little bastard. Just reading it out. 15 minutes. All I need to do is say, go over to Ian and watch his stuff. It's great, right? No, I don't, do I? I go, look, just a little snippet of what he's done. Look, top 5 movies, SFX magazine, Doctor Who magazine, X magazine, bastard. And on a Saturday, no word of a lie, on a Saturday, I'm watching them all over again, writing them down. I have to go down the list of what I've watched this week, right? So you're getting 2 views from me for every bloody thing that you've done.
Oh dear. But I think though people should know it does take a lot of preparation. It does. You've got to prepare
all day Saturday. That takes me all day Saturday.
Yeah.
And I haven't recorded one word.
Yeah.
Not until Sunday.
Yeah. It's like the news thing. I don't blame you with the news now. Just it's easier just to get that news page, look for the week, just go through it. There's no point in going right into detail. As you say, it's not really it's a date stamp, isn't it?
The date stamp.
For what's got. So you don't have to go into all the details. It maybe is a good idea, like you did, just to put the screen up and say, "Look, this is the headline."
And I started to do that, right? And then all of a sudden, all these boxes came up saying you need to subscribe, or you allow, you allow us to have all these partners' cookies being sent to you, so that we target this. So you're either having to spend £5 for their news feed, or you accept all their cookies, and it's like, how much advertising barrage would I have? So now it's getting really hard just to pick up the news. And yet I could turn on the telly behind me on Sky and I could watch the news, but nothing. BBC News, radio, I've got it on the news on, all of that sort of stuff. You go on the online and you go to the I don't know, the Guardian, the Independent, the Sun, whatever it is, right? And then all turn around and say, you can't read our paper for free. You need to give us £5.
Yeah, it does. I hate that. I hate that. That is wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Guardian do it. Daily Telegraph do it.
So when I type in war in Ukraine this week, it puts up the top stories at the top. When I click on it, it turns around and says, you need to accept all our parties.
Yeah.
Jesus, man.
All you want is a bit of news.
I only want to know what the headline was for yesterday.
The buggers.
For a little blog that costs me nothing. Yeah. You want me to bloody pay for it, these little shits.
Everything's a con, isn't it? Right, yeah. So, Sai says, as a child, I was petrified of the mother in Sorry. Oh, dear. Tony, Barbara Lott, she was a frightening character for a comedy. I hope that Ian wasn't let down by the Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper scene in True Romance. No, I wasn't let down because I had an idea that it was. I know I wanted more, but it was there, and I enjoyed just seeing them. So what more can I say really about that? It's quite a nasty scene, really, isn't it? It's quite nasty.
I believe it was shot. It was shot as well. I might be wrong here.
Yeah,
it was shot as well around the time where Christopher Walken did a music video for a famous band, didn't he? Where he was sort of like walking through a supermarket.
Yeah, I remember that.
Floating on air and all of this sort of stuff. And I think it was all around that time that he was actually shooting on True Romance. It's like one of the heights of his career, I think.
Also, I think it was interesting to see Dennis Hopper as what you'd call a good guy. He wasn't a nasty, sort of twisted kind of person at all, was he? He's just an ordinary guy, wasn't he? Yeah. So he's dead to me if he doesn't like True Romance. Well, I think you've gathered that it's all right.
That's you shit out of luck next week, then, isn't it, you bastard?
Who could not love True Romance? I know it took me a long time.
How could you not love Ian just because you didn't like True Romance? That's you. That's you got your invite next week revoked for a start, you bastard.
There's loads of films that I haven't seen that probably people will say, you haven't seen that? Blimey neck. And that's one of them. But I get to them eventually. Yeah. I'm with McMahon. I may consider Unscrew Rising if he has a bad word for it. Yeah, see how popular it is. Yay. Yeah. No.
No, I don't know how you could actually say bad things about True
I don't
Romance.
think you could. It's one of those films.
I mean, I haven't looked at my Leonard Maltin book here, but I'm pretty sure if I read that, it was 4 stars out of 5.
Yeah, you
It was
cannot really.
it was one of those films that was a sleeper hit. I don't believe anybody thought that it was going to be as good as it was. It was one of those sort of things. Because it really is a romance story.
Yeah,
but it's a romance story seen through the eyes of Quentin Tarantino, the little shit.
Yeah,
I
like the
violent
fact
as can be.
there's an interview on as one of extras with Tarantino talking about it, and there was a debate over the ending of the film, and I think he chose the right ending. I almost don't want to give too much away. But he said it was the right ending, and
they actually did show 2 endings, and you can actually see
there's 2 endings.
I think there's 2 cuts of the film.
Let's face it, that people love the characters, and that's what it was about. And I think that's what he admitted. You know, when you love the characters, that's it, right? And then, my True Romance is actually my favorite Tarantino-related film. I think you've got a good point there, definitely. Yeah.
Because you asked me the question, what was didn't you ask me a question in regards to films, and you said a film that you regrettably have not seen yet, and yet everybody probably thinks you have seen it, and I think I've mentioned My Left Foot. Never seen that.
Yeah, you have. You haven't seen that yet. Yeah. There are films you just
can't remember what they all were, but
there's so many films. I won't start naming them, but there are films that you come across and think, well, I haven't actually watched that, and everybody's saying, you haven't watched that, yeah, but you get round to them eventually. That's the joy of actually enjoying film.
I mean, I've seen the follow up, where they combined My Left Foot with Free Willy. It was called My Free Foot Willy.
Oh dear! I was waiting for you could hear
My Free Foot Willy. Come on, that's bloody gold. Look, am in next week? Muckman's here. Yeah, we'll see the watching go up to 36 people because I'm not here and Muckman is.
Oh dear. Yeah.
And then you won't want me back.
Oh dear. I'll tell you what I've been watching a lot this week is Mr. Man. His name is Mr. Man, and all I have to say is Pirate Memory Game. And that is what I've been watching a lot of. Brilliant. Glad you wrote it down after the stream last week, Ian. Yes. Yeah. Definitely I did. Tony York, you need to rewatch it, mate. It's one of the best films of the 90s. Tony, get it bought. It's such a rewatchable film. Oh dear, you're getting what? Sandra, Del as a cat. What is he or she called? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not my cat. It's my dad. It sort of like came in our garden hurt, and we sort of looked after it for a couple of days, and then we found out that it was a house down the road's cat, and they were wondering where it was. And ever since then, my dad dug a hole in the ground where the fence was, so it could crawl through the fence and come into our garden. And it ended up being a stray cat that we sort of inherited, sort of thing. But we can't do anything with it because it's not our cat, so we can't take it to the vet or anything, And now it comes in the morning when I open the curtains in the morning to get my mum her tablets and that. He's at the window wanting some food. Then he'll go outside. Then he'll come back in about 3 hours later and want some more food. And then he'll go outside again, play in the garden. Look, he scratched me when I was playing in the garden yesterday. Look, little sod. because I was playing with grass with him, a
Yeah.
little grass thing, and he rolled round and then scratched me. Basically, sometimes he'll stay in at night and he'll sleep at the bottom of my mum's bed.
Oh.
My mum loves the cat because it was my dad that sort of like adopted him, and my dad's gone now, you see. So we sort of like keep him as our cat. I mean, he's not our cat at all. So he's a little sod because he comes in my room and he sits on my laptop when I'm trying to work. I'll get on with some work, you little shit. Then I have to go and feed him. He knows full well that I'm going to get up and feed him because he sits on my laptop when I'm trying.
That's a way of.
He just looks at me and just goes as if to go, "You will feed me."
Yeah. Otherwise,
I'm just going to keep looking at you and go like this. That's what he does. Yeah, all right. You want feeding? Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So it's like that.
Yeah.
We've got a sort of. So my we call him all sorts of names. We've given him the name Tommy, but apparently his real name is named after the characters in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I think his name's Angel.
Oh.
I mean,
Go
figure on that.
Yeah.
And I just know that if he continues to be the little bastard that he is, he's going to be a bloody handbag by the end of the week. He'll be owned by NASA because I'm going to kick him up the arse and he'll be in space. Little shit. And I say that to her. I said, "Oh, you little ginger bastard! Yeah, all right. I'll feed you. Yeah, nobody else will feed you. You just keep coming to me." But, that's probably where I get that ranting thing, because I rant at him. It's like, you little shit, you know full well I'm going to feed you because you're just looking at me for food. I'm going to buckle. You just have to sit there looking at me. I'm going to, all right, I'll feed you then.
Yeah.
So, I'm forever calling him a shit bag.
Yeah, Tony's right. Yeah, I think it's a stray, Sandra. I've heard Del mention it in his blogs. It is. Coming in a body bag.
Yeah.
Poor little thing, Sandra says.
Well, because if anything goes wrong with him, there's nothing that we can do. Yeah. We hate it when we know that there's something wrong.
Yeah.
All we could do is go around the woman's house and say, "Are you still owning this cat? Because you need to take it to the vets because it's been sick or whatever."
Yeah. Because they need these sort of things, what they're doing to them.
Of course they do.
Yeah. Mockman says Revolver is decent. I have the Blu-ray. I know you would do, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was really good. Yeah, but it just Oliver. How can anybody work with him? I don't know at the time. Did you know that the tennis commentator Simon Reed is Oliver Reed's little brother? No, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that.
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know tennis, so I don't know Simon Reed. If I'm
do you know what? I thought by now the BBC would have shown that film Wimbledon with Kirsten Dunst again. You know what I mean? It's the only tennis one that I can think of at the time.
Yeah.
There was a film called Wimbledon and it had Kirsten Dunst in it. It was about a 100-to-1 seed who got into Wimbledon and went all the way to the final or something, and she was the women's number one player or something, and they fell in love or something during the film.
It's going on now, isn't it, Wimbledon?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm surprised that the BBC haven't shown it yet, because that's usually on around Wimbledon.
I avoid Wimbledon. It doesn't really interest me. That's a good Politios Teshi.
Oh, I better just go and lock. I better just go and lock the door because I don't want my mum to wake up at midnight when I'm having to. Won't be a minute.
Right. Thanks, Tony. And then James says, Oliver Reed was a consummate professional while filming. He generally only drank at the end of each day's filming. I know this because it's mentioned in the Hellraiser's book. All right, yeah. I was the reason I mentioned it is because it was in one of the extras on this video. But as I say, his performances never ever seem to be affected. He was a brilliant performer, and if that is true, I don't know. Yeah, at the end of each day's filming, he was always good. I really rate Oliver Reed. I thought he's one of the best British actors with Richard Attenborough. Yeah, the two that I really admire as actors. Yeah, Richard Attenborough as well as a director and person as well. Sandra Delboy, you need to adopt that cat. Yes, yeah. I suppose he knows who the owner is, and at least, yeah, he's got that about it. But what can you do? Yeah. And then Fabio Testi from Revolver appeared in quite a few police thrillers, giallo and spaghetti westerns. Yes, yeah, I gathered that from what I could see. Yeah, he was good. Actually, he was very good in Revolver. Yeah, the film was. I'm really impressed. Actually, I really enjoyed it. Did you know that Fabio was called Fabio Testicles in the winter? Oh dear. Testicles. What can you say? Language, Timothy. Yes. Delboy looks like your spaceship needs an MOT. Yeah, I don't know if it does. Yeah, it's waiting for an oil and filter change. 1984 was a year of Spinal Tap. Quality year for comedy. Ah, yeah, Spinal Tap. Yeah. When is the Spinal Tap sequel coming out? Yeah, I've heard it being mentioned. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, and he says September, which isn't that far off, is it now? Really? Yeah, thumbs up there. This is Spinal Tap is a top 10 comedy, in my opinion. It's a genius comedy, so many great moments. Yeah. John Candy should have been nominated for his performance in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. He's absolutely brilliant in it. He is. I think he's fantastic. And that is a film that I must get. I haven't actually got it, but I love the film. I've seen it a lot of times. It's one of them films that I must get round to getting because it is. I think it's one of my favourite films. It's comedy films, definitely. Absolutely wonderful film. It's a comedy with a lot of heart in it. That's what it feels. It's not just, it's so much in there, that film. Beautiful film. Absolutely love it. And I must get my copy of it, which I will do eventually.
Yeah, it's one of my top 3 comedies.
Yeah.
Being my top one, but Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. The funny thing about it is they haven't done it justice in 4K. It's not a great transfer at all. I've got it on Steelbook in Blu-ray and 4K, and you can probably have my Blu-ray of it because there's not much of a difference between the two. To be quite honest.
That's what I'm going to get it Blu-ray when I get it. Yeah,
because to be quite honest, it's a terrible 4K transfer. The good news about the 4K transfer is it gives you the whole script. And what you need to understand is that Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is a John Hughes film. It was actually like 3 hours long, and they cut it to an hour and a half.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And they edited it down so much that some of it doesn't make sense. There's a perfect example of it. They're shacked up together in the hotel room. There's a famous scene with them. Steve Martin is washing in the sink, and he's washing it with Del Griffiths' bloody pants floating around in the water, right? and they get robbed, right?
Yeah.
But what you don't know is there was a scene before it where that person that robbed them was the person who delivered the pizza.
Yeah.
That's who stole the money out from them. And there's lots of scenes that were on the plane you know, where he was whirling his socks around and all of that sort of stuff. You know, there was a lot of scenes there, and they keep saying, people keep asking, can we see the long cut of this, please? John Hughes keeps coming back saying, don't think there's any of that surviving footage around. I know I haven't got it. It might be in someone's private collection. No idea. But all I've got is the script, and I can tell you about some of the things that went on. Steve Martin has sort of stayed stum about some of it, but does agree, yeah, there was a lot of stuff that was ad-libbed. And it was one of the most memorable, lovable films that he'd ever been on in his life. One of the most films he'd ever done. A time of his life where there was a lot of Steve Martin content out there, and it was a lot of hit and miss. You know, it was after Roxanne, so he was on a roll. Roxanne was probably the moment where he went through the stratosphere.
Yeah.
Even though I like The Jerk and Pennies from Heaven and Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid and The Man with Two Brains and all of those things, they were Rob Reiner films, early Rob Reiner. I like The Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, which is a remake of an old 50s or 40s film, isn't it? Rotten Scoundrels with Michael Caine.
Yeah.
With Drew Prick. That's funny. But yeah, Planes, Trains and Automobiles, can't say anything bad about that.
No.
When it comes to Spinal Tap, is it being directed by Jamie Lee Curtis's husband, who did the first one?
I don't know. Somebody might know.
Spinal Tap a parody of the Ruttles? Didn't Eric?
The Ruttles! I love the Ruttles.
Isn't the Ruttles a parody of the Beatles, and then Spinal Tap is a parody of the Ruttles, which was done earlier on? They're all pretty good films, and I've got the Ruttles, and I've got Spinal Tap, and I'm pretty sure that there's a connection between the two.
Yeah.
Not many people talk about the Ruttles.
They do, and it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Sai says, but like horror, comedy never gets the recognition from the Academy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I said, Steve Martin came on and he did no end of award presentations, and he was a big person at the end that they said that the Oscar ceremony saying, you will never see comedies acknowledged. And yet they've been around, Laurel and Hardy and Charlie Chaplin and all of this sort of stuff, and you just do. It was all, even at that time, it was always it was always films like Robin Hood, you know, with Errol Flynn that won all the awards. And then it was the I don't know, Clark Gable films, and it was the Betty Davis films that all won awards, you know, and all the way through, never comedies.
Yeah.
Just obliterated.
Yeah, it's true. And then Jamie says, Delboy, you bastard. And then McMahon moves, he says, agreed, Si. World at War is possibly the best documentary ever made, in my opinion. It's a voice. It's Olivier, isn't it? That voice of Olivier, it just elevates it so much. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
It's an absolutely fantastic documentary. It doesn't get recognized, probably because it's World War and it's very dry and all of this sort of stuff. But I tell you what, I learned so much about U-boats, how we won the battle in the sea, and how we won the battles in the air. And
I think it's the way it's made is absolutely wonderful. That whoever wrote the commentary for him to do writes it perfectly, and it's all come together brilliantly. They must have had to go through all that footage and absolutely. I mean, the amount of work they must have put in to create that series is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, you imagine the researchers having to find all this material, and you get all this loads of material, and then having to put it together then putting the commentary together.
Yeah, and there was a
incredible.
documentary. There was a documentary that talked about how they cleaned up the images.
Yes,
And
of
then,
course.
and then they did another documentary afterwards when it was put on Blu-ray, saying how they colorized it and how they cleaned it up again.
Wow, wow,
and then added Dolby surround to it.
Wow, that is real care and real preservation stuff.
So they've gone back to that. God knows how many times.
Yeah, because I always had this thing. I always wondered why World War II never had more color, but there was color film shot, wasn't there? It's just not as much. But you don't get that impression. Everything's in black and white, but in somehow black and white works well.
It's funny, but that was a running joke with my mum. Because I used to go up to my mum, or I used to go up to my dad, and I said, "Dad," he said, "you know, when you were younger, what was the world like? What was the world like in black and white?"
Yeah, I know.
And he'd go, "What do you mean?" And said, "Well, every time I watched something in the 40s or 50s and that, when you were born, it was all black and white. So I take it the world was."
It's yeah. I thought
he went, "You are joking." I said, "Yeah, just
I like it. No, I thought that as well as a joke. I think it's brilliant. It's true.
I thought the world only turned into color when in the 70s.
Oh dear. Mind you, I've got nothing wrong with, like, when you see First World War colorized. I've got nothing against that. I don't mind it. In fact, in some ways, sometimes it really brings it alive. Really does. To see something like, World War One, thinking 1914 to 1918, it is an amazing piece of history to actually see it. And I think colorizing even brings it out even more. Seeing the face, just looking at some of those young people who went to their death and seeing that hope as they go to war, and it's absolutely amazing stuff. And for me, bringing history alive is okay. I'm quite happy with that.
There's so much to say, really. World War One doesn't get talked about, or probably
shown. It was.
And some people
will, not called the war to end all wars.
Yeah, and some people will turn around and say, "What's the point in colorizing World War One? Wasn't it all bloody trenches and mud?" And there's only so many shades of brown you can show it. It was much more than that. I mean, Blackadder's funny because it really was. Yeah. The colonel wants to move his drinks cabinet 1 inch further forward, so we've got to do the big over the top lads type bloody affair where we're all going to die, all because he wants to bring his drinks cabinet 1 inch forward or something. Which is funny because that's pretty much what it was. It was an inch war. It was basically all they were moving forward by was a mile, maybe a year. I mean, terrible, really. And everybody knows the story of the football at Christmas.
And it's a great story. That
it's amazing what can come out of war.
I think people forget that when they use the term World War, it really was a world war. Look at that film. Is it Shout at the Devil? Which is set in it's the Boer sort of republic area, and you've got all that kind of stuff going in Africa. That it was a world war, and Australia, of course, became involved, and New Zealand.
If this thing goes any more, Ukraine and Russia, it will turn into a world war because. Every time I mention in the news, and it's depressing, really. I thought it was only going to be a year. Here I am, 4 years down the road, and I'm still right. Is that Trump's already turned around and said, "I'm disappointed with Putin because I had a conversation. He doesn't seem to want to end this war, and a ceasefire hasn't happened after 3 bloody months." And I'm going, because he's laughing at you.
Of
course he's laughing at you. all the time this is going on, he's getting backers from the east that are giving him all this.
And don't forget, North Korea is playing a bigger part in it now.
Yeah.
So the game is getting. I'm using the game, but it's a political game.
And the danger is always once he's got that, he will encroach on Poland and everything else. It's because he will be resentful for all of these people that were on those borders that were helping Ukraine to he is that type of person.
Yeah.
And so therefore it will turn into a world war.
It would, because what would be next? The Czech Republic.
Yeah.
Was already sort of caused up, because there's some elements, isn't there, in Slovakia that were Russian descent. He's been stirring up trouble there. In a lot of the Baltic areas that have Russian people in there, stirring it up there. It's all a big.
But anyway, we don't really want to talk about politics and the war. But it's just one of those things where I want the war to end. You want the war to end. I'm sure.
Of course, everybody does.
We want there to be a satisfying conclusion. I don't think there'll ever be a satisfactory conclusion, but I do see that there will be one.
Yeah.
Be a conclusion. But at the end of the day, Russia has already won, because the concessions will be what we've won, what we've taken over now, we're keeping, where they shouldn't have had it in the first place. They were 14 years ago or more, they were giving themselves a sovereign state. They made themselves their own state. That means that's them. Your predecessor basically gave it to them and said, you can have it. You can't just go, oh, well, that was my predecessor. I think I want to.
We're changing our mind now.
Changing our mind. So we'll have it back.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
No, you can't. That's why I think one of the more worrying areas, which people should look at, is Taiwan. Taiwan is a very worrying place.
Yeah.
It really is, isn't it? China are not going to give up on that.
Yeah.
They're not. One day they can just walk in, just do it. And what is America going to do?
Yeah.
Is America going to let them in the end, or what? I don't know. Anyhow, that's too depressing. It's too depressing. Yeah. Tony said, I think Olivia's narration adds a lot to it. It does.
It's like listening to War of the Worlds and Richard Burton narrating.
Yeah.
There's certain voices that I could just listen to and go, do you know what? I could listen to this. He could read out the yellow pages and I'd be interested.
Yes, exactly. Sai says, totally agree, Tony. It gives it a gravitas. It does.
Gives it gravitas.
Yeah. Spinal Tap, Blues Brothers, Ghostbusters, and Splash. 1984 was a great year. Oh, right.
Told you Ghostbusters would be there.
Yeah, Blues Brothers. I love Blues Brothers. Yeah. Sai, you stole my #1. No, I don't understand.
No, that's the crown thing.
I don't want to be too, because I can't see a crown thing on here. But, give me one.
She wants to be #1 again. Damn it!
Oh right. Yeah.
I can tell you now, Cy Robson is #1, folks, at the moment.
Yeah. Super YouTube. See, I ain't got that. I can't see it on my screen at all.
I tell you what, Muckman Movies has written 25 lines and it's got 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Cy Robson's written 2 lines, got 1.
I can't see it. It's not on my thing at all. Oh well. Maybe it's a good thing. I perhaps don't need to do anything and just leave it as it is. And then she said stupid YouTube. Tell me what, it's not working, Sandra. I'll be 2, I suppose. Yeah. You're 3, Tony York. Don't steal. They'll start arguing who should be on top there now. #2 now. I suppose it's a distraction for everybody. And then Tony said, oh, sorry, they're still laughing at this. Boo hiss, Sandra says. Yeah. How did you do that, Si, after Sandra made all those comments? I'm number one, says Si. That's my hashtag one, you thief. Yeah. Si, you bribe YouTube. Yeah. What, Mol?
No. Who? Moi.
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 Oh,
Moi. Who? Moi. Me.
I can see now
Me.
the answer. Moi, yeah.
Me. In other words,
Yeah.
who? Me. Yeah.
Yeah. 150 XP side. Boom. Next round is on you. All right. According to the leaderboard, Sire's 150 points to Sandra and my 75. There you are. Go on, we're getting a full country. Thanks, Ian and Del. Right, there you are. Tony York is number 2. Tony York, you stole my 2. God, blimey. Game of Crowns, laugh out loud. Who dies this week and what method?
Yeah, in other words, Game of Thrones. Yeah, it's Game of Crowns.
I'm on 75 too. It certainly got attention. Thieves, yes. Tony says, sorry, Sandra, I'll shut up now. And Sandra is on the decline. And the crown thing is detrimental to the feed, though.
It is, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a distraction that you just
it
don't.
It is, it's ridiculous. You're all damn mean, Sandra says. Yeah. Don't think I'll ever have the intention of watching Salo. No, don't. Never, ever watch Salo. It's one of the worst films.
You told me not to watch that for some reason. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, don't watch it. It's disgusting. And I say that. It's beyond that. It's just should never have been made. It's got to a special screening of it the other week at my local independent cinema. It's sold out. You see, that's what I mean. People think, oh, I'm going to see something controversial. All I would say is don't eat anything when you're watching it. Don't. Question. Hardest watch that you managed to watch all the way through? I'll probably say Come and See. Very tough watch. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, well, mine was that one that I did a watch along with, isn't it? That Cannibal, whatever it was, where the turtle.
Oh, Cannibal Holocaust. Yeah. I'll say mine is the Serbian film. I just never ever want to see or watch that again. In many ways, I don't think about it, try and get it out of my mind. That I've never seen it, but unfortunately, I did watch it.
Of course, you know, some bastard's going to turn around and say, I managed to sit through an Ian and Delboy Wednesday stream once all the way through. Toughest bloody watch I ever had in my life was watching those.
Yeah.
You know full well somebody's going to say that in a minute. You know what I mean?
Ian and Delboy, have you got round to getting the world's fastest Indian? It's on its way, apparently, for me. I've ordered it.
Because of Bookman Movies, you gave us the link, and we both ordered it. And I ordered another one as well. I've ordered another one through Zavi that he's given me, right?
And it's only cost £2.
I have actually seen the film, and I remember seeing it on Sky, and I rewatched it this week. And to be quite honest, it is a good film. I just told him, I said, it's reminiscent of watching probably something like Scott of the Antarctic. It's one of those films that you watch on a Sunday afternoon. It is a good film. I forgot Anthony Hopkins and what it was all about, and then I remembered. And I don't know how long 20th Century Gaming is going to be here, but just to let you know, he's come up with an interesting one, hard to watch all the way through, and that was Boxing Helena. Yeah, that one where they chopped off their arms and their legs.
No, I've not seen that.
That is a weird film to watch.
Oh, yeah. It sounds one that you don't really. No, I don't fancy that one. No. And then Si says, I'm going to watch Come and See in a couple of weeks. All right. And James says, they've both bought World's Fastest Indian this week, so yeah, we have. Yeah. Seen it once, Come and See, won't bother again, Tony says. Yeah. But my hardest watch has to be this is Serbian film. I don't unsee some of the things from that film exactly what I think. I wish I hadn't.
I'll tell you a film that I am, like I said, and I'll show it again once more, because this is the reason why I come on here, and I can't wait to see this Companion.
Oh yeah, masterpiece. I love it.
4K steelbook.
Yeah, absolutely
It
wonderful.
came at 7:00 today. I know very little about it other than what you guys have talked
it's
about.
great. It's great. Absolutely wonderful. But just make your own mind up on it. But Sophie Thatcher is just.
And do you remember at the end of last Wednesday's stream, you were talking about it, and I said, I wonder if there's a steelbook of it, because
yes, you did.
I think somebody said that there was, but I can't remember. But anyway, we looked it up, and I said, I found it, and it's the same price you bought yours at, and it's a steelbook. It's 4K.
Yeah,
and it'll be with me by Thursday next week. And what did it do? It turned up Wednesday this week.
Fantastic! What service? Brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. And then I refuse to watch that site. You're probably right to do that. Yeah. Don't. Yeah.
Hang on. Just to end here, look, Muckman's just turned around and said, how much was that Companion steelbook, Del? It was £60 plus £6 postage on Amazon. I got it from Amazon Italy, and it was $24.99 last Wednesday.
Amazing reduction. 24. Wow.
Do you remember I showed you it? And I said, look at that, £24.99.
Wow.
And I showed you where I got it from. And I said, look, Amazon Italy.
Yeah, wow. Bang. That's a massive difference. Massive.
£24.99.
Yeah. Sai says it should be illegal. I know what you mean. Yeah, I can see. In some laws, it would be, I think. Yeah. I didn't see the point in making a film that's so graphically violent that it doesn't serve a purpose other than upset people. I think you've got to, what can I say? I can't really argue a lot with that. Yes, you've got the DV of Gentle Gunman Ian. It has John Mills in too. It was an Ealing film. Yes, brilliant. Yeah. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Yeah. So after visiting Meteora last week, is that how you say it? I watched For Your Eyes Only. They've definitely spent some money on the monasteries since the Bond film. Yeah, we saw that. That was actually, it was a really good video. Seeing that, excellent video, Jamie. Yeah, maybe the tourist industry there boomed after the filming. Probably. Also watched Juggernaut. Yeah, starring Richard Harris. Enjoyed it, but felt very dated. Roy Kinnear was hilarious, though. Yeah, I agree with that. I watched Juggernaut and was a bit disappointed in it because it's got such a good cast. I quite like Richard Harris, and yeah, Roy Kinnear was hilarious. But I didn't. I've heard people reviewing it and talking about it a lot. I think there was a steelbook, and I felt disappointed by it as a film. It should have been better than it was. Or maybe it was just the mood I was in. I don't know. Sometimes you can watch a film not being quite the right mood. Because it was like one of these disaster films. But just seemed lackluster to me. I didn't care. I didn't bother about it. I didn't feel that urgency and pending, urgency that you get in these disaster films. Yeah. That was just I perhaps do need to give it a rewatch. Yeah. Have you seen Juggernaut?
Yeah.
What's your opinion?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't find it a tough watch, but it's definitely a film of that particular time. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah. It's that they were making a lot of these disaster movies.
Shot quite grittily, if you see what I mean.
Yeah,
I think it's the rough nature of it that basically gives it that edge that makes it that period of time. I haven't seen it in a long time. In fact, actually, the last Richard Harris film I think I saw was Orca.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I've seen a.
I think. Did you get the steel book of it? You got the steel book, I'm sure. Yeah.
It is. I mean, when we talk about dated, I think you can sort of like tell the period it came from. It's not because of footage or anything. I think it's because of the way that it basically is, you know.
Yeah. I think you're right. But maybe it is one I should watch again. I was just disappointed in it. I think, I just felt it wasn't quite up there. Yeah, but let's see. And then we've got Jamie saying Meteora is the second most visited place in Greece after the Acropolis in Athens. And that is quite an amazing fact, that. Yeah, that really is. And then Tony says, I like Juggernaut, Jamie. I enjoyed Dated. Yeah. Well, us old buggers do, don't we?
We bring up that old one, don't we? Roller Coaster. It's a dated film, but
that's good.
Day, it's a great film. It's just that we do things. We do things sort of like differently now, but back then that was a riveting watch. Now you can watch it. Now you can watch it on Sunday afternoon about 2:00. But I tell you what, you wouldn't have been able to have done that when that came out.
Yeah, I agree.
Things move on, but
James said, "Yeah, me too." Was funny when they were playing tennis and the shuffleboard game on deck in hurricane force winds. Yeah, I know you. It's true. Yeah. What's the latest May Gray film adaptation from 2021 with Gerard Depardieu? I'm trying that as the titular detective. I've not seen that. I know you love those crime films and the French as well. So yeah. Have you seen Jim Sheridan's The Field starring Richard Harris? I think I've seen that quite a while ago.
Years ago.
Yeah, it's one of those old films, but I do remember it is a good film, very good film. But I don't remember a great deal of it. It's a long time ago.
If you were to push me, I'd probably remember a couple of scenes from it.
Yeah.
But you'd have to push me because it's not one that sort of like comes to mind too much.
Yeah. Jamie says Depardieu controversial. Yeah, I think there has been some, as usual, allegations.
He was in a big court case, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah. I saw The Field on TV a long time ago. I don't remember very much of it about it. No. I love The Field. Harris is fantastic in it. Arguably his best ever performance. Wow. Cromwell.
Yeah, I knew he was going to say Cromwell.
I had to get Cromwell in.
I knew he was going to say Cromwell.
I know you did. It's
1971.
I have to get it in. I have to get it in. I have to mention Alec Guinness and Cromwell and Richard Harris together. Oh, what a film. Yes. Get a Blu-ray release of it out, please. Yeah. I am Depardieu has been naughty. Yes, naughty.
Depardieu.
Depardieu. Yup. What's Gerard done now? And allegedly, yes, you have to say allegedly, yeah. He's been found guilty of sexual assault.
Yeah.
Jamie says, I saw Black Sabbath about 10 years ago, and Ozzy was trembling back then, was he? He looked afraid to move away from the mic stand, so just stood in one place throughout the whole gig. So has this been quite an ongoing situation then with him? 10 years
Well,
ago.
he's got tremors, hasn't he? Because of his
Yeah.
drink, his alcoholism
Yeah.
and drugs.
Yeah.
And I know that it's caused him problems for going back on stage and reuniting and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it was difficult for him to do the stuff with Sharon Osbourne in that TV show, but
oh yeah, that's a few years ago now, isn't it? That
yeah.
And Sai says, didn't he just sit on a throne during the performance? Yeah, he did. Yeah. And then Damon says, yes.
I don't think he was eating. I don't think he was eating many. I don't think he was eating many bats through that performance.
No, the good old sun.
They'd have had to have been all licorice and thrown at him or something.
You know? Yeah. Apparently his voice was okay though. Yeah, and the clips I saw of it, yeah, his voice was okay. Yeah, definitely. Question: what is the last gig concert you went to? Oh God, I saw the Black Keys with Miles Kane supporting last night. Really good. Oh God, the last gig that I saw was gotta be a long time ago.
Yeah, mine will probably be an Elton John one.
Oh.
I saw him at Watford in the 2000s.
I can't think. It probably wouldn't have been a big band. I think I know what it was. Teardrop Explodes at Nottingham. I saw them. Yeah, I think they would be the last band that I saw. Yeah, Teardrop Explodes.
What was that in the 50s?
Yeah, in the 50s. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. I may be wrong on that. It's so difficult because I saw so many gigs in that period. I forget who I've seen half the time. And they're just slightly later. I remember going to Nottingham to see them.
I've been to more theatre and concerts like film score concerts and stuff, which I don't.
Yeah, no, you've been to a lot of those. I haven't.
When I'm thinking about rock stars and what bands I've been to, I know that I went and saw Pet Shop Boys in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I think the best. Sure. I think one of the most important gigs I ever saw, from my viewpoint, would have been Kate Bush on that first tour in Birmingham, because I know she came years later, did a tour, but the original tour.
Well, you mean the 2014?
No, this was well before this. It would have been
the Hammersmith one from 1979.
That's it. That's tour. It was that tour, 1979. Yeah. I saw her in Birmingham.
That was the first time they pioneered.
Yeah,
it was the first time they pioneered the microphone that you could actually bend around to your mouth so that she could do a dance.
Yeah, I mean, she did a performance. It wasn't just like a gig, which was really exciting, as I remember at the time seeing that, because I used to go and see gigs, and it's just a band playing
the BBC did a nationwide documentary on that actual tour.
Yes, yeah.
If I remember rightly.
Yeah.
The other thing about it is that they were deliberating whether how they were going to do the tour, because they asked them whether brothers would actually be involved, because brothers were musicians as well.
That's right. Yes. But
all of her albums at that particular time had a lot of strings, orchestral strings, and she said that she wanted to bring the albums to a show, and she don't think that she could afford the orchestra that would, so she'd have to probably have synthesizers, which goes into that same argument that the BBC had in the 70s, where the whole BBC orchestra went on strike because synthesizers were taking over their jobs.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And they went to equity over it.
Yeah.
And it was settled out of court or something. I only know all this because of the synthesizer side of things, because I'm big on synthesizers.
Mm.
And how scared people were of synthesizers at the time.
Yeah.
This was the time of the Fairlight synthesizer, the one with the light pen and all that sort of stuff. But, anyway, I'm digressing a bit there.
No, I know when she did that, she did another live comeback. Was it, what year was that? 2014 or something?
That's what I said. She came back in 2014.
Yeah. I remember a lot of fans were complaining because she didn't sing a lot of her major hits. I think she.
Obviously,
from Hounds of Love. I think from Hounds of Love she sang, but nothing before that.
From a very personal point of view, and you shouldn't look at it like this. I mean, she's obviously a lot older.
Yeah.
The mother, she'd put on a lot of weight. She doesn't dance like she was, so she was just singing.
Yes.
Apparently, there was something that was in the second act that involved water. I don't know. There was something that was mentioned about her stage presence with this water thing. I don't know what that was about.
No.
I know that somebody in the probation service went and saw it and said it was amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so glad about that, because I saw pictures of her and I went, wow, she's changed. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, she always was a reluctant live performer. So, for her to do that, I suppose, was pretty good. I don't think she'll ever do any. That's it. I think that would be it. I'd be very surprised.
She's a recluse, and I mean, it's always been well known that she's a recluse. She's she sticks by her friends.
Yes,
I think the last time she's been seen in public was funerals, like Princess Diana's funeral. She turned up at that. She's a happily married lady with a kiddie.
Yeah, exactly. It's a private life. It's private.
Elton John's the godfather of one of her children or something.
She is very private.
He gets about a bit when me mentioning things, doesn't he? He's a godfather. He's a uncle. He's a Jesus.
Yeah.
Because he's also John Lennon's son.
Yeah.
Godfather, I think, or whatever.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Anyhow, he gets about a bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're never going to get to the end of these things.
Right. Let's get this. We've got Si saying the Prodigy were great at Glastonbury. I wish I'd seen the Prodigy when Keith Flint was still alive. Of course, he died, didn't he? The lead singer of Prodigy. For me, he was.
Just slow down a minute, right? Mainmeister's got to go. He did make a comment. He put, "You pair,
oh dear.
You pair remind me of Laurel and Hardy. Nothing to do with looks." Here we are. Here's a dig at me. Look, Delis cantankerous.
Oh dear.
Ollie, always having a pop at poor Ian Stan. As you know. We talk about it at the beginning, don't we? That I do my little rant and all that sort of thing. It's to make me laugh, which apparently at the end of every performance you go back and said, "You made me laugh today."
Yeah.
You came out with this. And if it weren't for the fact that I did that, I'm not like this at all. I don't rant like this.
No, I think people know you. I think on here they know what you are.
I'm more like.
In fact, people expect a rant, They enjoy a good rant,
But I wanted to get out there because Mainmeister's a very good friend of mine, and he's always been a friend of mine. And I must admit, it is like 11:15. He usually goes to bed about 7 at night because he's a he's a right weedy little bastard. So there we are.
Yeah.
But, Alan, right, there we go.
Si says, Muckman, I went a couple of months ago to watch the Pixies possibly the greatest gig I have ever seen. Well, that's quite some statement. So glad you enjoyed that. James Nice. I've seen the Pixies, but not a massive fan, to be honest. They're amazing. Si says a band I've never seen until recently when I saw them in Madrid. 9 Inch Nails. See, I know that 9 Inch Nails. They were brilliant. Yeah,
I've seen 9 Inch Nails live. In fact, I've got a 9 Inch Nails
here we go.
long sleeve shirt with NIN written along the side.
Oh,
yeah,
right, brilliant. I saw Pearl Jam at the same festival. Goes without saying, fantastic. And Si says Trent Reznor from 9 Inch Nails does scores for David Fincher. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
And then Jim says, hello, Jim, welcome. I saw Metallica on their Masters of Puppets tour. Anthrax supporting 2 weeks before Cliff Burton was killed. Wow. That's quite a thing. Yeah. Metallica, great band, but there's a lot of there's that tragedy, as say, with that, definitely. Wow, Si says, I'm that old, Si. No, nobody's old. Apparently, yeah. That all having a laugh there.
Ian's that old. He remembers when they were 15 commandments, not 10.
Yeah. I'd love to see Foo Fighters. I've never saw them.
I've heard that they were good live, Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them.
I've seen Rolling Stones and Sex Pistols and Police at the Isle of Wight Festival.
Wow, that'd have been good.
That's interesting. The Sex Pistols, I'm sure that must have been one of later lineups with John Lydon doing John Lydon. It wouldn't have been original first time round, but the Isle of Wight Festival has a great tradition, doesn't it? It's had a lot of interesting groups over the years play at it. But that would still be good to see. I think they came back, didn't he? John Lydon. He said he wouldn't do it now, though, but he did come back with a reunited Sex Pistols.
They get about a bit, the Police, don't they? I mean, I've seen the Police at Glastonbury, and I've seen them at Nebworth, and I've seen them at, I mean, them with their big bloody truncheons and black hats and going around. What?
Oh dear.
They're at every gig, the Police. You see them, look, they're really everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, right, you're talking about something else. Oh, you're talking about Sting and that, are you?
Yeah. Oh dear. Yes. Aside from then James says,
you got to have some sad jokes, all right?
You have, for sad people like old kids like us. Yeah. Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross have composed some great film scores. Challengers was a great score. Anyway. And then Guns N' Roses, when they were good in the old Wembley Stadium, Faith No More supporting. Yeah, the Axl Rose's voice isn't that good, is it now? It used to be. I mean, he's always had a certain voice, but it kind of spoils Guns N' Roses now. And my question to them is, what have they done decently since that first album? They've lived off that first album because it was such a massive hit, a big, massive selling album. It's always difficult for them, I think. They're like a nostalgia act that are still together, and time hasn't been very kind to his voice. But it's hardly surprising belting out like he does. Voices change, don't they? You got to look after them. You got to have certain ways of singing, and maybe he didn't look after his voice enough, and that shows. I've seen Foo Fighters about 3 times, really, Jamie. All right. I see Foo Fighters at Wembley, awesome live. I saw Iggy Pop on his Cold Metal tour. See-through plastic trousers, lovely. So, have you seen Passenger perform live? No, I saw Red Hot Chili. Flea was playing bass naked. He did a handstand and his little todger was dangling down. Oh, that's an image we don't really want. So that's why he's called Flea. Oh dear. Sigh, I don't remember, probably. Oh dear. Hawkwind 11 times. Wow. Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson 5 times. Lordy, the memories. Oh yeah, memories. That's all out. Yeah. I'd say from 1977 to 1981, I used to go to live gigs about every week. Seen loads of bands, but I won't go into all that I've seen. But now I'm an old git and I haven't seen any.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. From the moment an album of Elton John's came out called Red Strikes Back, all the way up to Songs of the West Coast, I went and saw I went to every concert of his new albums. And they were coming out less frequently then because they're about every 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's 2 years between Made in England and the Big Picture. Before then, Made in England, there was the one that was 3 years before that, and then it was 2 years before that it was the one with Sacrifice and everything on. Christ, so I used to know all the albums off by heart. Yeah. I was Sleeping with the Past.
Yeah.
And like I say, Red Strikes Back was the last time that he was sort of like he was high on drugs doing an album. It was the Sleeping with the Past that was released twice, if I remember rightly. He released it the first time when he went into rehab, came out and released it again. And that's when it made money.
Yeah.
And he actually he dedicated every album after that to his AIDS trust.
Mm.
So every time he's done an album since then, it's gone to his AIDS foundation.
Yeah.
Just shows you how much money he gets from his past hits. Because I tell you, that's a lot of albums.
Yeah, it is. A hell of a lot.
He doesn't see a penny from those.
No. Let's see which.
I only know a lot about information about him. I don't know too much about others. I'll stop talking about him because
no, it's all right. It's interesting. I'm always interested of what people have seen and what people have done. I have a regret, and then I wish I'd have carried on. But how life changes. But I saw the Clash about 5 or 6 times. I saw Elvis Costello. I saw the Jam, Joy Division, all these wonderful groups. Buzzcocks, fantastic era it was. And I've seen the Moody Blues.
I thought you were talking about all the aisles you've been down at Sainsbury's, the Jam. I see Jam all the time. I go down.
Yeah. Oh, what a great group! Even if you are joking, the Jam were a 3-piece band. Paul Weller, what a songwriter! What a genius he was!
I tell you what, there was a bloke at Lloyd's Bank who turned around to me and said, "Paul Weller's an interesting bloke because." He went and saw him a number of times, and if he couldn't get the crowd going, he'd get his willy out and pee on the crowd, apparently. Now, I said, are you serious? Did that actually? They said, you go and look that up. You'll find out it's true. I never bothered looking, but if that's true, then
I don't think so. Yeah, I think you just cannot say that at all. That just doesn't. It just wouldn't happen.
But remember, he did have a very, very early career, and for all I know,
I think I could see Iggy Pop definitely, but not Paul Weller. Iggy Pop, well, mad. I saw Queen in '86 at St James's Park. All right, that would be a good gig.
I went to Band Aid.
Yeah, I know, Live Aid thing. Yeah,
Live Aid. Yeah,
was it Live Aid, Band Aid? Yeah,
Live Aid.
I know you did well.
Yeah, they did a 40th anniversary on TV this weekend.
Yeah.
And it did bring back a lot of things. I mean, I remember paying for that and going from where I am on the tube all the way down there. The one thing that I don't remember about it, this is really weird, and it's probably because I was on the train going home, right, was when it ended, right, there was still 4 or 5 hours worth of Philadelphia music for you to listen to.
Yeah. Oh,
now I can't remember whether the BBC actually still continued to broadcast that stuff.
I'm sure they did.
I was on the way home.
Yeah, they did, because they followed straight into the concert. We saw they did continue. They continued.
Well, that means it must have gone on until about 6 in the morning.
Yeah, it did. I'm sure, definitely. I was sat there watching. It was a massive marathon day, watching all that. Yeah, I'm sure of that.
So, I'd have been on the train.
Yeah.
The only thing you could do on a train back then was listen to the radios that were telling you to tune into FM.
Oh yeah, you don't want that. Yeah,
to listen to, because I wouldn't have a telly, I wouldn't have a laptop, and I wouldn't be able. Didn't have a phone that you could watch. It would have been having a radio, and then if you were in a train, you probably had all the frequencies cut out when you went through tunnels and stuff. So I do remember I didn't listen to much, and I did have to. I think I asked my sister to record from. I think I told her to press the record on long play.
Oh yeah,
11 o'clock at night on that day.
Yeah,
because I didn't know quite when the concert was going to end.
Yeah.
And where the broadcast for the American was going to finish. And because I had a 4-hour tape, that would mean I had 8 hours.
Yeah.
So it was the best way of capturing it.
Yeah.
If I remember rightly, the concert went on till about 1 in the morning. I think. I think I was walking out of Wembley, something like. And it was trying to get the tube.
Yeah.
You see, because they actually had a special service on because they knew it was going to go on late. Normally, tube services about 10:30 at night or all that sort of stuff. But they knew that there was people coming from all over the world for this thing.
That's right. Yeah.
They had special trains that were running.
Yeah.
If you missed it, you'd have been there until bloody 6 in the morning when the train was running again. Remember that.
Muckman says, I think this crown thing is a setting on Ian's channel, isn't it? Well,
no, it's a setting on it. It's a setting on anybody that does live, right?
I can't see any crown.
You have to click on a cog in the YouTube studio, Ian.
All right.
You go to your YouTube studio, click on the cog, click on
settings
or something, and then there'll be chat, and there is a thing there to say opt out.
Sorry, chat. Will it say chat?
Well, I mean, I've done it on mine, but I did it several days ago. But if you want to know how to do it step by step, all you need to do is go to Google and say, "How do I turn off these crowns in YouTube?"
Yeah.
And then it'll tell you
why aren't they on my channel? I mean,
they are on your channel. You're looking.
Yeah, but they're not here. I can't see them.
No, but you're looking at StreamYard.
Yeah.
StreamYard is nothing to do with YouTube.
Oh, well, that's why there's no. I get you.
Yeah. If you were if you go to your phone now and and type in Ian Hill the Ramblings and click on the live, you'll see a bloody ton of these crowns.
All right. Okay. I'll look at. I won't do that now because we'll be here till Christmas. But so I go to settings on YouTube Studio. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Crowns.
Well, they're little crowns with numbers 1, 2, and 3 on them.
Yeah. Jazz, I would love to have seen Freddie before he died. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was mesmerizing. That's the only way to describe it. Yeah. I always like. Sorry, didn't enjoy Clarence. Yeah, I've never seen Clarence. And my late dad went to school with Eric Chappell in Grantham.
Wow.
Oh, right. Yeah. I saw Bowie at Glastonbury. He was mesmerizing too. I went out and bought his single collection the day I got back. My biggest regret is not seeing Bowie live. Really, I missed him.
I only ever
so
saw him
much.
at Live Aid. I only ever saw him at Live Aid.
Yeah, I know he appeared in Leeds, and I missed him, which is such a shame. But anyhow, Bowie. My Bowie gig was brilliant. I was thumbs up. And then Jim, I've only been to Glastonbury Fest once, 1992. All very Neds, Shaman,
The Shaman,
Carter, USM. Really enjoyed Kirsty McCall. I love Kirsty McCall. Misty and Roots. Lou Reed, Tom Jones in the afternoon slot. Wow. Yeah,
I've never been to Glastonbury. I've been to Nebworth.
Yeah, Nebworth. At one time, it was a big thing, wasn't it? And then Nebworth, it had I know Led Zeppelin played their last gig at Nebworth, and you had all these groups like Genesis, didn't you? And just all sorts of groups. It was a big thing. And then we've got Media Collector Manners. I think it was Simon Nye who co-wrote Red Dwarf.
I'm never going to remember everybody's name.
Has Tony fallen asleep? Oh dear, he might have done. He's gone, hasn't he? Him and Sandra have gone quiet.
Tony and Sandra sitting in a tree. KISS.
I've given up on your 7th Samurai video. Delboy, you mentioned that, didn't you? And then they're laughing at that. And don't get out live on here, Delboy.
I don't know what that meant, but there you
are. I've been to Glastonbury 4 times. Oh, that's good. My first thing was 2009, Springsteen headlined. Also seen Dolly Parton in 2000.
I'll tell you what, they showed Dolly Parton on the legendary stage a number of times. Every time Glastonbury starts, every year, they go, here's the past legendary stage performance.
And it's always Dolly Parton.
Always show. If I see that white cowboy sort of outfit on again, I'll tell you, it would be too soon. Every time. He's singing 9 to 5 and Jolene.
Yeah.
She's great.
Yeah.
Coat of many colors and all. Yeah. And I know all of the story behind it, where she sewed up patches together to make up this coat.
Yeah.
She made a song about it and all of that. And Jolene actually was a person who she had a run with because it was taking her boyfriend away from her and all of this. I know what. It's been on life history is again legendary.
Yes,
legendary.
Yeah, and meant to say, don't get it out live on here, Delboy. Doesn't quite work without it. Have any of you seen The Studio? It's a new TV show with Seth Rogen. I've watched the first 2 episodes and it's decent. It's a comedic take on how Hollywood works behind the scenes.
I've heard of it, never seen it.
Yeah. And then my movies don't have time much TV. Honestly, can say I'm not missing my Sky subscription. No, I don't. You save some brass, lad. Yeah.
Well, the only reason we've still got Sky is for 2 reasons. One, the internet for me. The other one is that my mum likes to watch the dramas, and while she's in a state that she is, she couldn't miss her Heartbeat and Midsummer Murders and Poirot and all of this sort of stuff, So, and of course we can't we can't really cancel either because we don't have power of attorney to alter her bank accounts to stop the standing order type thing. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Otherwise, it looks like coercion.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
So we've just kept things as they are.
Yeah. Yeah. What can you do? You got question here. Question to both of you. What's your favorite T-shirt in your wardrobe at the moment?
Oh, the one I don't wear.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got two, I think. And I do wear one of them, particularly the other one I haven't worn yet. So the one that I really like is my one with Spock on, with his brilliant Vulcan salute. That's my favorite, I think. And I have got a Dune one that I haven't worn yet, which has got House of Atreides on, which I think is quite cool.
Doom, you don't like games.
Dear. Yes, yeah.
No, that's what you're talking about, isn't it? Or the film Doom, which is based on a game, or is that what we're talking about?
But well, actually, it's based on the novels, isn't it? Doom. I think the novels came before the games. Frank Herbert novels, 3 of them.
Oh no! The game of Doom was nothing to do. I don't think it was anything to do with that.
Yeah.
But I do know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, I know.
Mine is a silk screened one-off T-shirt where each T-shirt is significant, is slightly different to each other one that I bought from Universal Studios and the Psycho House. So what they did was they did the normal Psycho House at the front. You got the back of the Psycho House at the back, but it's the star field effect. You know, the stars?
Yeah.
Above the house. That's silk screened, and everyone is different. Yeah. So you bought one. If you bought another one, the stars would not be in the same place. They'd be different. It's the way it was. I bought that from Universal Studios in 1993. Never worn it.
Yeah.
I had another T-shirt made on Daytona Beach. There was this guy that used spray cans. He was a spray can artist. You know, you get blue sprays and red sprays, and he does it. And he did me a Jaws T-shirt. Right, so you bought a white T-shirt. You told him what you wanted. And then he would use cans, and he would spray, and it would be basically this type of spray that went in. And all the T-shirts were Fruit of the Loom. I remember that Fruit of the Loom white T-shirts.
Yeah.
Fruit of the Loom? When all T-shirts were made of really good quality, and now they're shit. Right? But these were Fruit of the Loom.
They wear out quicker.
Right. And he did me a Jaws T-shirt, and that was, and it was made. It's the sort of pastely colours that you get with proper spray paint type.
Yeah.
Done on the beach in America, in California. Do you see what I mean? This was in Florida. It was Daytona Beach. I've got loads of T-shirts that say Hard Rock Cafe, Vegas, Phoenix. So those aren't my favourites, but I've got a ton of them. Same with Planet Hollywood. If you didn't go to Hard Rock Cafe, you went to Planet Hollywood.
Yeah.
And if you went to, and usually you'd end up going to both. Oh yeah, if I've got a Hard Rock Cafe, I've got to go to Planet Hollywood, right? And then each one would say Planet Hollywood LA and Planet Hollywood Las Vegas and all of that sort of stuff. I remember that was a big thing for me to do every time I went to the States.
I've got one that I absolutely love, which I wore probably last week or week before, which is Kate Bush again. Kate Bush keeps popping on. Is the kick inside?
Kick inside,
It's got the kick inside on. I like that one a lot.
Which every time I see you wear that, I keep saying, "Is that some Chinese restaurant? Chinese restaurant menu or something?" Because all I can see is sort of like a Japanese sort of like. looks very much like he's advertising for the local John Wong restaurant down the road or something. I'm just trying to think now. I do have a Star Trek T-shirt that's got a picture of Spock holding a frying pan, and on the frying pan it says it says 7-year itch removal, which is a parody on his Amok Time, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Where every 7 years he has to go back to the well to marry, and he's in pond bar and all that. So on this frying pan, it's got 7-year itch removal tool.
Blondie. I saw Blondie. Excellent.
I never saw Blonde. I'd have loved to have been around with Caroline Lyons.
Yeah.
And done that, and I'd have liked to have seen her play Maria. When her comeback in her.
The comeback one. Yeah, she did a comeback, didn't she? Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll give up with the t-shirts now because we're taking too much time, and it's now 11:45.
Mugman, I've got a t-shirt with 2 bumblebees wearing white clothes with their eyes cut out, and then underneath it says "boobies." Oh.
Yeah, he's a long bastard.
Night, chaps. Only had 4 hours sleep last night. Have fun. Thank you, Jim, for joining us.
Jim. Thanks very much.
Well,
thanks for listening to our waffle. I tell you.
Sai says night, Jim. Was Christopher Walken was floating around in a Fat Boy Slim video. That's it. Yeah.
I can hear the tune going in my head with that. I can hear the tune going in my head.
I went to see Truman's Romance at cinema on my own because my mates thought it was a rom-com. Well, they were very wrong. Ian, does your son ever sit down and watch a film with you? He doesn't seem to now. No, he not really. No, I think he watches his own taste. Very different, I think, from me. Yeah.
We all know what films your son watches, dirty little bastard. In the privacy of his own room. Yeah.
Oh dear me.
He takes those takeaways upstairs in his own little world.
Oh dear. It says, ouch, get some Savilon on that scratch, Delboy. Rob Rayner directed the first Spinal Tap.
Yeah, I see again. You see people correcting me, and I'm going, yeah.
Have you seen LA Story? Steve Martin made his directorial debut with it. Very underrated film.
He was a weatherman who got the weather wrong on one day.
Yeah. James says he's directing the sequel. Honestly, thought he was dead. James says Christopher Guest, Jamie Lee Curtis' husband, plays Nigel Tufnell, the guitarist.
I knew Jamie Lee Curtis's husband has something to do with Spinal Tap. That's all I can remember. You see what I mean?
My partner loves LA Story.
It is a good film, but I don't think it's as good as what people say it is. I'm sorry, but I do like The Jerk and all of those early ones. LA Story it's a weird one. His wife was in it. I think they were going for a divorce at the time that film was coming out. It's got a weird thing where he's going along the motorway on the 101 and it keeps giving them these messages.
Yeah.
It's one of these. It's got Sarah Michelle Gellar in it, hasn't it?
Has it?
It's one of her first films. She's sort of like the young love interest who goes around on roller skates all the time. But The Jerk, what a film! The Jerk.
He says he prefer. This is Jamie. He says I prefer Steve Martin in The Jerk and Bowfinger.
Yeah, I mean The Jerk. I mean that's got he's Nathan Johnson, born into a poor black family, and he listens to the radio and he says, "This radio music, it sings to me and all this sort of stuff," because he's only used to harmonica music and all and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There's an interesting bit. He's walking down the street and he says, I can only teach you two things, Nathan. That's shit. That's shinola.
Now there's this. I've seen this advertised. Have you watched him recently in Only Murders in the
Yes,
Building?
I have.
Him and Martin Short are brilliant in it.
I've got the soundtrack to it. I've got 2 seasons of it. It was very interesting because I didn't think I was going to get on with the little girl, the young lady that was in it, because it was all about stealing jewelry that was going on in the building.
Yeah.
And who saw what and all of that sort of stuff. Because Martin Short is the radio person that's got a faded career. He's just about to lose his spot. It's actually quite good. It's nice to see Martin Short and Steve Martin working together again, because they did work so well together with Three Amigos.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Three Amigos is another one of my favorite Steve Martin films. Three Amigos with the singing tree and all of that. Love it.
Yeah. Then we've got 20th Century Gaming. I read that war is about young men who don't know each other, have to fight each other and kill each other. For men who hate each other but don't fight each other and won't kill each other. Interesting way, yes.
Yeah, and I believe it or not, just so that you know, you don't know this, Ian, but that message was blocked.
Was it?
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. It's because of Sky. It's because of YouTube and the words hate, kill, and everything else.
Oh.
So just so you know, I'm glad you read it out. I was hoping you got to it.
Yeah.
It's just that nobody else saw that in the chat room because it was blocked.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, obviously with me, it's not blocked. It's no indication on it at all. I just read out what's here. I don't like skipping any or doing anything. Or not deliberately anyhow. Right. Tony says, sorry for the absence. Did I read? Sorry, I'm checking. Did I read McMahon's movie? Yeah. We've watched first 2 seasons. Yeah, that'll be the Murder in the Building. Yeah. Sorry for the absence. Just watched the first half of Sailor. Oh, you haven't, have you? No.
He's lying.
No, I think you're joking there. Boxing Helena. No, that just sounds. Oh dear.
Yeah.
How much was the companion steelbook, Del? It was £60 plus £6 postage on Amazon.
And even though later on he's actually turned around and said I wouldn't order it from Amazon Italy because I had a bad experience with them.
Yeah,
I have sent you the link. At the moment, it's $24.99.
Right.
I've sent you the link. It's
Yeah.
up to you whether you want to buy. Mine didn't come dented, so
Yeah.
all I can tell you.
And then McMahon says, Tony, with that. I also struggled with a Vietnam movie. I think it was Casualties of War. That's actually a good film.
Remember when we were talking about Platoon and all this?
Yeah.
And I had to mention, what was that film where Michael J. Fox and this raping and that was going on with Sean Penn? And somebody said, yeah, it was Casualties of War. And I went, yeah.
That's right.
That was a struggle.
Yeah.
And I'd agree. It's a difficult subject.
Yes. We
know this sort of stuff went on. You know, raping and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You get away with it because of fighting and war and
then we've got man, I've had bad experiences with Amazon Italy. Wonka Steelbook arrived dented, and it was a right pain getting a replacement. I can imagine it would be.
So, like I said, it's up to you, but that's where I got it from, and mine didn't arrive dented. So
and then Si says Casualties of War is definitely a tough watch. Yeah. And then we've got Main Master. You pair remind me of Laura. I know I read it. You read it out before. Remind you of Laura and Hardy. Nothing to do with looks. Dale is cantankerous. Always having a pop at boy.
Which I get the joke. And all I'm saying is that's why I said right at the end, yeah, but you know that we have a little chat at the end, don't we? We always say that we're just having we're doing my little persona of a rant.
You like putting on that character, don't you?
I must admit, the best fun that I've had this week, I was listening to I was watching the film The Edge. Do you remember I was watching the film The Edge? Yeah. It's a little known fact, that Jerry Goldsmith did the score to that. Yes, I got it in before 12 o'clock. I got it in before 12 o'clock. Can't believe it. 11 minutes to go. I thought I was never going to do it. I thought, shit.
You always remember, don't you? You always remember. I'm sure you've got it written down.
I have
not. Yeah. I'd like to. Anyhow. It says, I would love to know what you think of Blair Witch Project.
Go on, I'll let you go. I'll let you go first.
Okay. You know something? When I first watched it, I enjoyed it. I know there's a lot of people I think was disappointed with Blair Witch Project because, let's face it, there was a lot of hype around it. They really built up the hype. I think I liked it because it was one of the first of its kind. And when something's first of its kind, you tend to like it. And I have watched it since, and I still appreciate it and like it. I know a lot of people might find it boring and what have you, but I think it works well. I think it's fashionable almost to knock something like the Blair Witch Project because it was a pioneering film, and we shouldn't forget that. And at the time, it worked. The photography, the black and white photography, the way they've done it, it just works so well. I think that's just my opinion of it. Yeah. Anything to add?
Yeah, but what do you think of it now?
Now, I haven't watched it for quite a while. I think I would probably still. I think I would still appreciate it. Maybe it wouldn't seem quite so. As important now in the sense of you've seen a lot of these kind of films, but the fact that it was the pioneer to me always puts that above. And found footage films, I must admit, it's the one bit of horror genre that I don't.
Are you saying that there was no found footage films before Blair Witch?
Oh, I'm sure there was. But
because I'll tell you what I think was pioneering, and it isn't anything to do with its found footage.
Yeah.
You want to know mine? Oh,
right. Okay. Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
So back in the day when the Blair Witch came out, I was really, really, really impressed with the marketing that went on with that film.
Yeah.
Right. You got to remember back then it was all
no internet. No internet.
There was reviews on TV and all this sort of stuff, but the internet was new.
Yeah,
and they put an advert. They put a thing on the internet to say, "Have you heard about the Blair Witch Project?" Because the internet was really brand new then, and it spread like wildfire about the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah,
and from no advertising whatsoever, they had no money for marketing. They put this little thing on the internet. Suddenly, millions wanted to go and what's this thing about the Blair Witch Project?
Yeah,
and then they expanded upon that in regards to the fact that, we've got this film and it's about stuff that we found in the middle of a forest one day.
Yeah.
And it's about people that never came back. And all we found was their video camera. This is how the rumor all started.
Yeah.
And then when you went to see it, it was the most low-cut, bloody stuff that you'd ever see in your life. Because it was almost like a student movie.
Yes, yeah.
And everybody remembers the scenes, where snot is nearly coming out of her nose and she's going, stuff, right? From that point of view, I've got to be in awe of it.
Yeah.
But be quite honest, it's a bloody awful film. Bloody awful.
I think what you'd call it, what we say nowadays, it's a one-time watch.
I mean, I've seen YouTube videos with better footage. I mean, I've seen people going, yeah, look, watch where you're standing with your wellies on, going down that, and then falling down the side of hills and stuff. I can watch that on YouTube any moment that I want, right? You know, go to a car boot sale, right? this thing. I can see him now going, look at all that foliage round there. Look, don't go down there. Look, all that sort of stuff. All they did was they just aimed a video as an old Sony camera and just pointed it at an angle at some long reeds or something poking out from the side of a hill or something. You know, down in the middle of this forest somewhere. All you had to do was turn the camera 360 degrees. There'd have been a road. They would have took you to some sort of like sandwich bar up the road. It really was.
It's a student film. You've got it right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so in one way, I'm really in awe of it, and in another way, it's the worst piece of shit.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get away with it now. You would not get away with it now.
No, but fair play to them, whoever thought of the idea and doing it.
Said something about
it's original.
There's going to be a 4K and a 4K version of it, right? And I was
it doesn't need it, does it?
It's 4K. It was filmed on a Sony camcorder. The damn thing. How are you supposed to The whole thing is supposed to look blurry.
Yeah, it's rough and blurred. Yeah.
So what? Oh, the colours are really going to pop on this one, are they? I'm going to hear the rustling of reeds and weeds and stuff, right? In Dolby Atmos.
I can't wait. Actually, I hope they do release one because I can't wait for reviews. I can't wait for all the serious reviews.
I bet you any money, and I know you're going to say this. Yeah, and if they bring it on Steelbook, you'll be ordering it.
Yes, yeah, you would. A 4K copy of it, you'd be getting it, wouldn't you?
Steelbook, isn't it?
After all you've said, but I would love to, you know, when they really dissect a 4K release, it will be It will be really interesting what they do with Blair Witch Project.
Imagine the documentary of it, the lost footage of the lost footage.
Yeah.
Hey? Get your head around that one. What?
It's got a Blu-ray release, hasn't it? I think it has. Yeah. So it's not out of the question that it won't get a 4K.
Somebody said there was going to be a 4K.
There is definitely then, isn't it? Oh, crikey.
I read somewhere. I remember somebody saying it. I don't know whether it was true, whether they were joking. I heard someone say a 4K was coming out of there. I went, you what? It's a bloody Sony camcorder.
Yeah.
From 1980 something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We've got here 20th Century Gaming. Hello, Main Master.
Yeah, he's just saying hello to Alan.
Wild Geese, best for Harris. Cromwell. The ending of Wild Geese gets me every time. And then Joan Armour Trading. Yeah, I've never seen her, but I like Joan Armour Trading. Great artist. Mainmeister, iMark, I can't hang out for a reaction to my comment, as there are about 250 comments behind.
This is why I turned around. This is why I turned around.
And cheers for the answers, lads. Night. Yeah. Flight of the Wild Geese by Armour Trading is an incredible song. Almost sends shivers up my spine. Wow.
You want to put a jumper on, you cheap bastard.
Isn't that playing this thing that I can't see? This Oh, Tony makes 3 comments in the last 2 hours and moves into second place. Well, I suppose he's keeping him amused, isn't it? If no else.
Well, yeah, but you're going to. I'll tell you what. If you're going to read out the next 20 comments, they're all about bloody stars and crowns and everything.
Okay, right. I'm just moving on. They're all
Yeah.
going, hey, and then laugh out loud.
This is also that they can get their number 1 and number 2.
Hilarious. Oh, yeah, and so I said, I always remember that Live Aid was my aunt, was at my Aunt Jean and Uncle Jack Silver's anniversary party on the same day. Oh, wow. And then I've opted out of the rankings.
Yeah.
Good. I am one yet. And then you're number 2 now.
Told you, you'll be reading out ones and twos and all sorts of
stuff. Oh dear. This is what it does. Turn mine off too, Tony. Will be number 1 now. Just checking. Little things, please, little minds.
Like I said, just
right,
opt out. It's the easiest thing in the world to do.
Just 2352, and Jerry Goldsmith finally gets a mention. Yeah, when unfortunately, crafty bugger.
It has to be done.
And Jamie says, I didn't like Blair Witch Project. Only seen it once at the cinema. The hype was too much for what effectively is a student film. That was the point of it, really. Definitely overrated in my eyes. Man Bites Dog from 92 is a great found footage film. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. Okay. Reet, I'm off to bed. Good night, one and all. Good night, Jamie. You're off to bed. Night, Jamie. And then night, Jamie, Tony says. And then Tony says, and sigh. Blair Witch definitely revolutionized marketing for a film.
Which it did. That's the only thing that I turn around and I say I'm in awe of, because it turned the internet into a marketing thing and it cost them no money.
And then Tony makes the last comment. Good night, all. Just time to watch Serbian film before bed. Oh, that'll keep you nightmared, definitely. Right. So
I just want to say thanks to Cy and Tony and Muckman and Mainmeister and all of them that have made the stream a real fun for me.
Yeah, as always.
I've been in a real downer this weekend. I felt bad about the blog that I did.
Yeah.
I'm still not in the right place at the moment. I still think that it's me being tired all the time that's making me not think clearly. But I mean, everything that I don't feel bad about what I said in my blog.
No, you shouldn't.
It's just I thought it was a quite dark blog. There wasn't very much light humor in it. It wasn't. So when I come in here and I give out a load of rants and a bit of humor, I'm happy because I've made my friend happy. That's all.
Yeah. And I think other people enjoy it as well. So it's not just
I do get what Mainmeister was saying on how it looks, because he was saying Cantankerous, Stan and Lolly and all of that sort of stuff. I take that as a compliment.
Yes.
And the reason for it is really just an act.
Yeah.
And anybody that really knows me knows I'm not like that.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's the humor. Humor is so important. Humor is the best thing, really. It seriously is. Humor wins.
It's bloody true. Look, he writes a page worth of bloody stuff. Look, every bloody week.
I know.
I have to. Do you know what? He's cost me 15 pens, right? 15 pens in the last 6 months. I've gone through ink.
And what about the pads?
All because of his stuff. He takes up a page of my bloody thing. Just his stuff that he comes out.
There you are.
Does it on purpose. He even stopped saying it was season 4 of the X-Files and wrote out the whole word of what the title was called because he knew I was going to use more ink.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you are lucky. We've got still loads more X-Files to come. X-Files will be going and going.
But you
Doctor
know what?
Who.
When you turned around and said what your next project was going to be, I was surprised because I thought you said you were going to do Millennium.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I'll be honest. I haven't really decided. I keep
because you said you were going to do
mind.
Fringe, and I thought, well, Fringe is a nice one, but I thought you liked Millennium.
But
I thought you were going to
I
do
think
Millennium.
in some ways Millennium is an interesting one. It's quite depressing in places, very dark, but that makes it interesting. But I don't know yet. I honestly haven't decided yet. I'll see. I've still got a way to go yet with X-Files.
You'll probably finish your roundup of Doctor Who before you finish bloody X-Files.
Well, yeah. So what I've decided to do is, I thought, well, Doctor Who's obviously is go back to the 60s. That's where it all should begin. So I'm going to.
I thought you'd done the 60s.
No, I've never done
it. You started off with John Pertwee, did you?
Yeah, I started off with Spearhead from Space. I did it. I thought, I'll do the colour ones. I'll start.
The reason I said that is because I'm sure you talked about Tomb of the Cybermen, and that's a black and white one.
That's right. Yeah. Which if anybody had been watching that and don't know much about Doctor Who, they'll be intrigued. It's worth doing. They're going to be intrigued with 60s Doctor Who because it's.
Oh, have you ordered your box set?
And do you know what? I never do my pre-order this far. It's a long way off yet, but I'll do it a bit nearer.
Are you happy with the season that they've selected?
Yeah, I am. I've heard some moaners going, well, why release one of the best seasons this early? Well, why not? You've got to release them at some time, and they want to make money. Get this season. It is considered
I told you it's one of my favorite seasons.
Yeah.
That season.
So why not get it out?
You got Brain and Morbius in there. You got Pyramids of Mars in there.
Yeah.
You got Seeds of Doom in there. I must admit, those, by the way, are towards the end of that season. I didn't think Planet of Evil was particularly. Is it Planet of Evil?
I don't know. I got into that a bit more. I initially used to think that about Planet of Evil, but
it's the effect of that sort of like red and gold sort of like. It's almost like they're showing perspex in front of the camera.
But it makes sense, as I've been saying, why we're not going to get any 60s Doctor Who, because they're going to, so they can get the Troughton set complete. We're going to get more colorized animation. We're going to get all that. It makes sense. I'm not. I know we got that one William Hartnell series, but that was nearly complete. That was only 2 episodes that were missing, weren't it?
Yeah.
I think it was only so. That made sense to release that one, but we're not going to get a black and white 60s one, which is all right. I don't mind,
Yep.
Like
I said, I'm happy because A, it's Doctor Who. B, it would have been nice to have had a Patrick Troughton one. They could have done the last season.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been too hard to have done that one because that's almost complete. In fact, actually, it's all animated and complete.
Yeah.
I mean, we just had the War Games come out, so you wouldn't lose any revenue from that. The Dominators and all of that has been released lots and lots of times.
Yeah,
I think there's only a couple that were animated in that season.
Yeah.
Trying to think.
Yeah, the Patrick Troughton one. The last season of his series, season 6, is it? Yeah. Season 6.
I mean, the most famous season he did was the season with Tomb of the Cybermen in.
Yeah, it's one people talk about.
It's the one that's got the most missing stuff as well, because you've got the moon base that's missing and all of that animated and all of that sort of stuff. But then when you get to the Dominators and you get to all of that, that's all. I mean, it's got the T-Map beam with the
I don't mind
with the Ice Warrior. What's that one called? Seeds of Doom. That's it. Seeds of Doom.
Yeah, I like that one. I know a lot of people didn't think that was as good,
I
but
like that
I
one.
enjoyed that one.
And I tell you what, when you look at the quality of the black and white footage of that, it's really sharp.
Yeah. Yeah, because the other thing that people forget is that all these have been restored from film, haven't they? That they sent out because the BBC
What I'm
wide
trying to
trailer
say is
tapes.
I looked at certain VHS tapes of the color ones, and they were poorer quality than the black and white Patrick Troughton's Seeds of Doom
Yeah.
tape. I thought that was incredibly
Yeah.
sharp. But
Yeah.
I was really impressed with the T-Mat and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I love that because actually I think that was an early one they released on VHS.
Yeah, it was. It was one of it was very
I've watched
early.
it loads of times, waiting. Yeah, because I thought, oh, I love Patrick Troughton, and I must admit, I've watched that a lot because you didn't have much.
I could still hear the sound of the Ice Warrior's gun.
Yeah,
killing those creatures with the warpy effect that goes.
that's right. Yeah, yeah.
They sort of like go and fall over, right?
Oh, some great stuff in it.
The doctor's running up and down the corridors and everything, and it's the same bloody corridor. He's just going left and right, and up and down, all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then he kills them with solar light. He's got two hands, sort of like dustbin lids.
Oh yes, that's it.
I just find it fun. I just find that hilarious. That whole story is brilliant, and yet it's not well regarded. And I just go, do you know what? And the other thing that makes me laugh is the computer voice says, and London going down,
all the world's going in chaos because the transmit beams are not working.
New York going down at 245, 46, Madrid going, and that's how the computer. Then to raise it just a little bit, he goes, and Tiamat is going up and down like this, and I'm just going. That's the computer voice, is it? Who thought that up in 1969? Well, there you are.
Those were the days. Oh,
but anyway, we got to wrap this up because it's
we have we've been going on a long time. So, everybody who's contributed, whether you just watched or whether you made comments, thank you, and thank you, Delboy. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next week, where we hope to have another guest, and it should be hopefully.
No, sod him. I haven't agreed to this. Sod the bastard. Like I say, he can sod off.
We'll see what happens. Anyhow, we'll see what happens. So
it's good night from me, and it's good night from him, and blah 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 blah. Salute.
I'll see you again. Bye.